Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed. That's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
I occasionally think how quickly our differences worldwide would vanish if we were facing an alien threat from outside this world. And yet, I ask you, is not an alien force already among us?
We must guard against the acquisition of unwarranted influence, whether sought or unsought, by the military-industrial complex. The potential for the disastrous rise of misplaced power exists and will persist.
In my association with Project Group, they definitely withheld information.
The whole fleet of them, look on the ASA. They're all going against the wind. The wind's 120 knots.
You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Do you believe that our government is in possession of UAPs?
Absolutely.
All right, guys, welcome back to Total Disclosure. We have a special presentation for you tonight. Tonight, I've been saying that has been in the works for some time, and I just got involved very recently. It has to do with the 29 Palms mass sighting case where over 50 Marines allegedly saw lights in the sky unprompted, unknowingly, and reported it as a UFO. Corbell, George Knapp, and the platform Weaponized were the first ones to break said story. And since then, a lot of back and forth has been going down throughout not just the community, but we're talking Department of Defense spokesperson Susan Go getting an answer within 24 hours from the base saying that it was simply an exercise and that there was no UAP in the vicinity. So much more. We're going to break it all down. I don't want to waste too much time. We're going to do this in a structured debate style. Very, very gentleman-esque. Yeah, there'll be a little drama. Tensions will flare, but we'll keep it to a minimum. With that being said, like, share, subscribe. And if you want to help support the show, become a member. This is not the time for that. I'm going to bring these guys in. So, arguing and on the side of anomaly and a UFO is Arthur Preston, who was just on our live show, Revamped. Arthur, you are continuing the research into this case, bringing it up to speed, up to date, while it's kind of been in the lull. Jeremy really hasn't come out and given any more evidence, but you've been continuing to work on the case.
Yeah, thank you, Ty, and thanks for having me on. I definitely think it's UFOs. I think the community is mostly wrong. I think they got it wrong on this one. So I want to thank you, Ty, for shining some light on this case again and getting the dialogue going and some more debate going, because I think it's really an important case.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what just happened. It said go live. It said that we weren't live. Are we live right now?
Yeah, we're live.
God, if anyone's listening, are we live right now? I just want to, before I bring Grider. Okay, we are live. Because there was like a disconnect between my computer and what was actually happening. Sorry about that, guys. Grider, you have military experience with flares. You are opposing the view that this was some sort of anomaly, that this was just another routine training exercise held at a base in California that is known for doing training and exercises.
Yeah, guys. Hey, thank you so much for having me, Ty. Arthur, it's good to see you again. I'm here to, rebunk the debunk on the original. I mean, you're a reality debunker, Arthur. You're trying to make up, something that's not there. And I'm here to I'm here to set the record straight and put this case in straight to bed, all right, forever, because we're sick of this. I mean, we're tired of all this nonsense, all right? It was flares 100%. I've got the documents, all right? I've got the proof, the facts. You're done, all right? You're done tonight. It ends tonight.
Already, I like I said, I love it. I love it. I love it. So again, we are going to allow for everyone to get their moment in the sun, their main caveat. They're getting their best foot forward. Now, I do want to go over a couple things. Now, I think what would be best is an introduction of each person from each person lasting anywhere 5-7 minutes, to briefly introduce your reference frame, and your opposing viewpoints, the flares versus UAP anomaly, and we'll kind of go from there, introducing evidence, calling it out by number, and having our back and forth. So,
Cool. Can I go on and start, I guess?
yes, you may.
All right. So basically, my experience that lends me some credibility in this is that I was a former field artilleryman in the United States Army. I was a 13 Bravo, which is a cannon crew member. Basically, I just went and I fired artillery. That was what I did all deployment. And I probably fired over 10,000 rounds in my life, with probably 2,500 being illumination rounds, which are basically parachute flares, not the same as aircraft parachute flares, that, which is what we see in this video, but same type of, same type of device. And so basically, excuse me.
It's okay.
Basically, what Arthur's going to do is he's going to come out and he's going to talk about the credibility of the witnesses, and he's going to say that that there were 50 Marines that saw it, and that they said that it wasn't flares, and that they know because of their experience, and yada yada yada. And then he's going to talk about how Susan Go quickly dismissed the case, within, she was able to come out within a couple of hours, I think.
Within
by
24.
by lunch. Yeah, like by lunch that day. So like it was submitted at like 1 a.m. and then by noon, she had a statement out. Well, I mean that okay, I can kind of give Arthur that. And then he's going to talk about, maybe the comparison to like the Phoenix Light incidents, talk about how it's comparable. There's something to be drawn there, and he's going to he's going to say a lot of things that are not true. And I'm going to attack all of that because I've got the evidence. I've got the exact evidence showing that there were illumination rounds, IR illumination rounds being used in the massive air exercise that was taking place at that exact time that they had the sighting. I have the documents thanks to John Greenwald. Thank you, sir. If you're out there listening, you're probably not. But if
He's
you
a
are,
friend of the show.
oh, he is out there listening. Thank you. Thank you, John. Yeah, man, you really helped. You're great with FOIA, Black Vault, best site ever. But yeah, I have the exact type of aircraft that fired those rounds, the exact planned FTX schedule, which is a field training exercise. I know the exact pathway that it took across the 29 Palms range. I can prove with maps, that the exact location that the flares were dropped over is the only place within 29 Palms that is cleared for that type of ordnance to be used. We're going to look at pictures where I'm going to, show you, which I think is the Mick West debunk that has already been kind of, beaten like a dead horse. But,
He's
a
also
great
he's also a friend of the show, and unlike others in the community, I don't think I don't dismiss him. I think he keeps us grounded, in a way that, there are some cases that are pretty cut and dry misidentifications.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm a fan of Mick West personally, but yeah, he does great work. But I haven't even looked at any of his work. I promise Scouts Honor. Like all the research that I've done is from my own brain, so it may not be up to the level of Mick West, but um, I think I'm pretty confident, in being able to make this case. And I just want to, kind of make it a point, that people need to, that people could look at this case as something to be learned from, as far as hoaxes and the way that hoaxes develop and they perpetuate across, like, years, decades even, about how groupthink and about how, I mean, I have a well, there's an entire segment that I have where I've got bullet points listing how a hoax develops, and going back to like the Philadelphia experiment and Bob Lazar, and talking about how those perpetuated and comparing those to this case. And yeah, so I mean, we'll get into that later, but that's my introduction, and thanks.
Okay, so just to be clear about your experience, you don't have experience with the flare, and I'm not belittling you. I'm not discrediting your experience with flares overall. I'm just simply trying to clarify the Illuma rounds that you say are in the air. You didn't ever actually deploy.
No, I was never in the Air Force,
Okay.
or in the Marines. I was never a crew member on an aircraft, but it's the exact same thing. It's the exact same type of chemicals, the exact same, like, the exact same mechanism of deployment. It's identical almost.
Okay. Okay. All right. So thank you, Grider. I'm going to pull it over to Arthur. Let him get his moment to kind of like let us know where he's coming from, where he's going to start his, where he's going to start his evidence trail, and give us his brief 5 minutes.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you, Grider and Ty. Yeah, so my position is that this was a genuine UAP event. It wasn't misidentified flares. There's quite a few points I want to make, but I think Grider's going to undermine the credibility of the witnesses. I think he might start throwing out, fantasies or, ideas that these guys are throwing a practical joke and making this up. And I just want to make it very clear. I think all the witnesses are telling the truth. I think they're very sincere. I don't think they're misremembering. And that's probably some of our strongest evidence is the witnesses. And all of the skeptics want to ignore all of the witnesses and their testimony. And these are military witnesses, and we have 5 of them. That actually adds a lot of credibility. And this case has a lot of information associated with it. We have like 7 videos. We have like 5 low light photos of the event. And we have metadata associated with a lot of this. And then we have a whole tranche of FOIA documents and FOIA photos and FOIA videos, also with metadata. And that's where I've done most of my analysis, is comparing the FOIA documents to the original documents. And in that analysis, I think I found very strong evidence of fraud, meaning that this was some sort of pre-bunking operation by Aero, Susan Go, the Department of Defense, and that this was a major event, a mass sighting, witnessed not by only 50. That was the bare minimum of 50, according to witnesses. Probably in the hundreds, if not up to 1,000 people witnessed this. In one photo alone, we see like 6 people with their smartphones out recording it. So there's probably a bunch more video out there. And I want to bring some more light to this case, and maybe we can get some more evidence, some more witnesses, some more video or photos of the event. And this could become the next Phoenix Lights. This could be as big as the Phoenix Lights, because this is a mass sighting at a military base. We have on-duty witnesses, military witnesses, and video. So and I think it was a big mistake that the community glanced over this. Are we having some technical issues?
No. You're
okay,
full screen.
Sorry. I think it was a major mistake that the community moved on from this case so quickly. I think a lot of the community is operating on kind of a low information basis on this case. They got the debunk from Mick West and John Greenwald, within 24 hours. It was very compelling at first glance. So at first glance, their debunks seemed like conclusive. Yeah. And most people just kind of accepted it and moved on, never really dug into this case ever.
And I will say that I am one of those people who did really see this case and just kind of let it go in one ear out the other. So I want to hone in on something. What you have no military experience, right?
Correct.
Do you have any background in flare and illumination?
Nope, no firsthand experience with flares. I guess the only thing that might add, as far as credentials wise, is I do have a degree in biology, which had physics training. So I have taken, the basic physics courses. And then I also have a master's degree in public health, which isn't really applicable at all to this, but I have scientific training. So I'm applying my research skills to this case.
So that's where I was trying to get to. So I think what we should do is we should start with very simple, very, very, very simple. There's an argument that you both make, and it has to do with the witnesses and the credibility of the witnesses. So I kind of want to start there, maybe with some of the videos, and kind of watching them, going through them together, and then having you each point out your side, if that makes sense. Let me unmute Grider.
That sounds good. I think we should go over the videos, the evidence, kind of educate the audience, the core of this case.
Yes. So
go
ahead.
So what I'm asserting is that there is no way that the Marines did not know what was going on. I'm not calling them liars. I'm calling them deceptive. And that's a really, I mean, like, that's like, I'm the type of person where as a veteran, like, I would give anything if I came across a veteran on the street that needed help or whatever. It's like, those are my brothers, but they're pulling everybody's chain and they know it, and they absolutely know it. And I'm going to prove by the end of this that it's undeniable that they know it.
See, I was going to mention that earlier. That did spark something in me that you are essentially not like you said, you're not dishonoring the military, but you're saying that these group of individuals are perpetuating some sort of hoax, and with knowledge of it being some sort of test and something that they could have timed and shown to the world as a UFO.
That's not what like, I wouldn't go that far. What I am saying is that there is no way that they did not know that those are flares. There's no way. And by the end of this, it'll be really, really clear why I say that. Am I calling them liars? No, but
yes, you are.
Well, I think we have to make a distinction. One second. I think we need to make a distinction before we hear them, because they either are liars and they're lying now after the event happened. And maybe I wasn't right. Maybe I didn't phrase that correctly. But a time, place, and situation arose. They got video of it and reported it to Jeremy Corbell. So somewhere along the lines, you would have to be saying that they are lying.
All right.
Correct?
They're my brothers, and I respect them, but somebody's lying about this. I don't know who. Somebody absolutely is lying. This is 100% like, yeah.
And I can agree with you there. I absolutely can. I think Arthur could even.
I just want a little clarity on that. Were they, because we have the witnesses reacting in live time on the video, and we also have interviews with the witnesses at a later point of time. Are you suggesting that they were lying in both of those cases, both in live time and then later down as they are interviewed at a later point in time?
Definitely not. I'm not saying anybody is specifically lying, because I do not know for a fact what that person was actually thinking and is actually thinking even nowadays. Like, I have no idea what they're thinking inside their head. If they really believe that the thing is, like, seeing IR flares, that's a rarity. So most of those soldiers, you think, oh yeah, well, they were Marines, but I guarantee you that most of them were fresh out of, basic. They were probably
You actually don't
brand
know
new
that,
Marines.
Ryder.
They didn't have.
We don't know what
Well, I
any of
mean,
their ranks were.
they were definitely like lower enlisted. Absolutely, you can just tell by the way that they talk and carry themselves.
You're guessing that. I tend to agree that they sound young, but that is just a guess on our behalf at the end of the day.
Most of the people that are in the military are young. You know that, right?
They're trained Marines.
They were in training, at that time, and
it's not boot camp. They're out of boot.
I mean, yeah, but
Camp Wilson, if I'm not mistaken, Camp Wilson is a staging area for the most part. It's not just a staging area, but it's you are sent there right before you head out to the range, if I'm not mistaken. That's the intel I've gathered. So it seems like they would be on the younger side if I had to say, but I don't think that necessarily discounts anything.
Well,
yeah, these guys are making life and death situations, decisions. I mean, they're trusting, these guys are firing heavy weapons. They're not children. They're not idiots, even though they might be new.
I didn't say any of that.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah. You did not say that.
I'm just saying that to the audience. Well, so I guess why don't we
like,
go ahead.
Okay, so there's a point where I don't know if it's in the interview. I think it is. Actually, no, I think it's in when they're actually having the sighting, and one of them says, "Oh, well, you don't fire flares in a 5-gun, battery." Yeah,
yes.
There's no 5 guns in a battery, but if you've been downrange, then you do know the aircraft, drop in 5s. They drop in sets of 5. That's very, very common. So the fact that he said that and like he couldn't identify the difference between an indirect fired, round that is a parachute flare, like that would be that's probably, well, I don't know, that could be either or really. But yeah, I mean, that's
I'm just showing some examples of what flares look like.
That's probably artillery. And
then this.
Yeah, 5. See, and I mean, just look how this. Okay, well, I mean, we'll get into it, but yeah, I mean, just the fact that, and there's a couple of other points, where like the Marines kind of contradict themselves and they kind of show that they don't really have a lot of experience. I mean, I'm not discounting, these people as soldiers, as individuals. Like, they're better than 90% of the people that are out there, than 90% of civilians. Like, they've already made the sacrifice. They've already shown that they have character, that they have integrity, that they're men. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying that somebody is lying, and that's just how it is.
Okay. Fair enough. Let's leave it there. Flying a little bit high on that one. All right. So, I'm gonna give it to Arthur first. Arthur,
yeah.
What do you want me to pull out? Or
why don't we go through the videos? Why don't you go through the videos? So why don't you bring up video 1, and we'll just go through the videos of the event. All right, and we can pause and talk about
what I want. Yes, what I was going to say is what I want to do, if we're going to do the videos, is we're going to give you both a chance to respond to the videos. Okay?
Okay.
All right. I just want to make sure that in the media thread, it doesn't look like it's labeled.
It should say event video 1.
Oh, I got it.
Yeah, hey, so all the videos, like all the official videos, are going to be from Arthur's side.
Yep, I got it here. I'm sorry, guys. This is going to be a learning curve. Someone's got some.
And just to put some context into this video that he's about to play, he's using a cell phone to video the night sky. So they're actually seeing a lot more than what's going to be showing up in these videos. So you're going to see some lights in the sky, but just recognize that what we see on this video is probably less than what the people on the ground are actually seeing.
All right, so we are going to go into full mode. So basically like a full screen mode. Can you guys see it?
Yeah.
What is...
Okay, that's it. So that's pretty short. 17 seconds is the first video. I guess what I would comment on this is that it's very symmetrical looking. Like in this first video, it's very symmetrical and like a V formation. So that's noteworthy. And then the other thing that's noteworthy is the witness who's recording it says, "What is that?" So they at least he isn't able to identify it at that time.
Okay, Grider.
I mean, it's symmetrical right there, but why does it change shape? Like, why does it become less of a, like, why does it lose its symmetricality? I mean, I don't know, like, what's the word?
It doesn't stay in that
Symmetry.
same shape. Yeah, it doesn't stay in that exact same shape.
There we go. Yeah, why?
Right.
Why not? Well, I mean, what is this, like a morphing? I mean, is this like a transformer?
Well, I would just say that a lot of people have pointed to that as a example of evidence that it's not a fixed craft with fixed lights on it. So some people might be arguing that this is like a TR-3B type craft, but as you'll see in the videos, these lights do change in configuration. So it's not we can rule out that it is a fixed body craft with fixed lights on it.
And
so
why would the aliens have big bright orange lights as what would be the purpose of that?
Well, we can get to that later. Let's just go through the videos. I don't know. I can't say what their purpose was.
So this is event video number 2.
Those are not illume rounds, because illume rounds...
All right, I want to pause it right there. Right off the bat, we have someone saying those are not illume rounds. Now, why is it not showing you guys the videos?
It was showing it, but now it's not.
All right, I am just going to go to the thread, honestly, for this one. Because you have laid out here. Much better. I mean,
there isn't anything in there that is personal.
So why?
Information.
Those are not illume rounds, because illume rounds fall.
Okay, so those are not illume rounds because illume rounds fall. Why does he say that? Why? Can you explain, Grider, why a Marine in the setting that they're in would say that so quickly, so assertively?
I mean, I have no idea why he said that, but what he's saying, I mean, if that's at the beginning of the sighting, it's like these things fall pretty slowly. I mean, they only fall at, like 4 meters a second. Some even fall, at
it wasn't the beginning of the sighting. So I can correct you right there. It wasn't the beginning of the sighting.
It's the beginning of when he looked at it, right?
No. So if you look at the timeline, if you bring up the timeline that Corbell published.
The timeline says these things were only up there for 10 minutes. If you want to look at the official timeline, I have that. I'm just saying.
Well, we'll get to the timeline.
My point is, if we that when the recordings first started was not when the event first started. So this wasn't the beginning of the event.
That guy's saying that. How long has he been watching the flares? We don't know.
We don't know. We don't know.
Okay.
And that's it. You know what? That's valid. I would have to say that is valid. We don't know how long the person has been watching.
I mean,
but it just seems weird that that's the first thing out of his mouth. That's what takes
first thing that's on camera. Like the first thing that's on camera. Like we don't know if that's the first thing out of his mouth. It's just the first thing that's on camera. The clip could be cut. The thing is that
like good point.
I mean, yeah, it's just,
Good point.
I think it's kind of looking into it too much. And he says, oh, well, they don't shoot in a 5-gun section, which is very, I mean, in a 5-gun battery, it's true. A battery is, four artillery pieces, two per platoon. But, aircraft, they always drop in 5. Well, I take that back. Not always, but typically they drop in 5. And I'll have plenty of video evidence to show that, that's the case here once we get on farther down the line. So,
okay. And we're watching here for 30 seconds. I see no elevation drop, no visible elevation or smoke trails. I just want to ask, is that normal?
I think it could be normal because this is only 30 seconds and you're not going to see a lot of movement in 30 seconds, even if it were flares. And we don't have a point of reference, so we can't see the mountain range. So we can't really even measure if it was falling or not.
And those are infrared flares. Those are Lu-19 flares. And I have the documents to prove this. And I have a demonstration that shows the comparison side by side of like shooting side by side in the same video of infrared and normal. So those are IR flares, and IR flares, they have a much smaller visible signature.
Yeah, they're invisible to the naked eye.
That would be
so they're not IR flares.
Correct. Not be
are
factually
IR
correct.
flares are IR flares naked to the invisible to the naked eye?
Yes.
Okay, well, let's just go on and squash this right now. The very last video that I posted, number 31, it's a 1:08 second. Go on and play that, please, if you can. And then we can come back to this because that way we can go on and get this out of the way. This is IR versus. This is now. These are hand flares, I think these are hand flares. They may be out of like some type of launcher, but it's definitely fire from the ground. But it's 31, and it's
actually, Grider, do you mind if we just stay focused on the videos and then we can come back and debate
you made kind
specific
of a point,
points?
We don't want that point to kind of.
We can come back.
People.
We can come back to it. Grider claims they're IR flares. I claim that they're not flares.
Well, I want to watch. I want to watch the video.
Okay, go ahead.
Can you see it?
No.
Can you see it?
Yes.
Yes. So give us some context, Kier Grider. What are we looking at?
This is the I mean, this is the video. It's
these are IR flares.
IR flares at the top, and then those
at
are
the top, and then
normal flares.
So,
at the bottom.
Okay.
And you'll see somebody fire them. Hold on. You'll see like another round of firing here in like a second. Right now, you'll see they're firing them. I think with their hand. They may be firing
those are
them
fireworks.
No, those
are fireworks.
Those are not fireworks. Now you're going to make me prove that flares are. These are not.
Fireworks. Those are not. Those aren't fireworks, Arthur.
Yeah, I mean Arthur.
Those are flares.
Those are IR at the top, and then
I think that's where they got. If I'm not mistaken, if you guys look closely, I'm pretty sure the picture earlier is you could see the fucking men right there. This is from the picture I showed earlier.
Is there a description? Is there a description on that video? Is there a description?
No, but look.
They all look the same.
They're in the exact same spot.
No,
we have. By the way, we have over 750 people here.
No, really?
So yeah, we're like shadow banned on YouTube, but we have a lot of people.
Yeah, I'm not very popular on Twitter either right now, so I don't know.
Yeah.
But I
want let's go back to this video.
Yeah. Okay. Those are fireworks.
I don't think
those are civilian. Those are civilian fireworks. Those aren't military anything.
Arthur, you're digging your own grave, man, right now.
Well, what's the description of the event? Is there a description on this video?
You can see, and one of my main issues with the 29 PALMS case was that you could see two different types of lights. Now, the orange we see here. But we also see dimmer white lights that are in formation on the side. Now, I'm not crediting Grider, but I am saying
I'll
that
credit myself.
there's two distinct sets of flares there in separate formations. And so it is possible. And those are very much different. Those look very different.
There are different types of fireworks. This is
That's
fireworks.
only the warm up too, Arthur. Man, I got like, I mean,
And
we
they
got
make parachute fireworks. If you didn't know that, they make parachute fireworks.
They do.
What's the description of this video? Is there a description?
No, not.
Yes.
So they're shooting
it's
another.
Flares,
look, they're
flares
shooting them in
off.
formation.
Yeah. Those would be the worst fireworks ever, man.
Yeah, they're not.
I mean, it's like
those are fireworks I'd go see.
You're trying to celebrate, like, I don't know. I can't even make a joke right now.
But I will say, Grider, there's so much smoke in this picture, in this video, that
the handheld flares, like, just like pay attention to the lighting is the biggest thing.
That when I come back to this, I'm like,
Yeah, because
So
did
we're-
you see
we're
the
back on
smoke
the
coming from the
witness.
IR flares though? Like, go back and look at the IR flares. The ones in the back. They weren't. You couldn't see any smoke.
Those weren't IR flares.
you
I'll
can
bet
see
you.
smoke from them.
I'll bet you. Huh, I don't know.
Well,
Let's come up
from
with
this
something in private chat,
particular,
all right, I'll wager.
from this particular angle, we can see even from both sets of flares. I can see smoke coming from them, but I can see that they're falling very quick. Not quick. I would definitely say the orange colored flares fall very much faster, but these over here, I don't know if you guys can see my cursor, but these flares, they do maintain an altitude for a much longer a set of time, but I still see smoke trails coming from them. Now, I'm not
They were dropped out of an
discrediting.
airplane though.
So again, situational, could be different. I'm open to that. All I'm saying is there is something. There is something different about what we're seeing here and what we're seeing there. Right? However they drop them, if they are flares, they drop them in some other way.
Well,
They didn't shoot them.
and Mick West will say that the reason you can't see the smoke trails is because these quote unquote IR flares were launched 6 miles away from Camp Wilson, in the middle of a range between Camp Wilson and something called the Training Village. So do you kind of agree with that narrative?
No, I do not. Like, I know nothing about what Mick West said. So
how far away do you think these IR flares, what you're calling IR flares, were launched?
No idea. I mean, I would assume. I mean, basically, it's a question of altitude. I think with the IR flares, I think, were shot at a pretty high altitude, or were dropped by what I would prove to be a MV-22 Osprey. I think is maybe a BB-22. It's basically the Osprey. Yeah, like I have the documents, and yeah. As far as
all right, okay, so you don't have a claim.
Higher.
You don't have a claim about the distance that these are. You're just leaving that open.
No, I do not. But they have to be close enough to be photographed by the FOIA photographer. The Marine Corps photographer who took the photos. That
17 miles. Yeah, the training village that the FOIA photos were taken at was 17 miles away from Camp Wilson.
Yeah, that sounds good. Sure.
So somewhere in the midpoint between Camp Wilson and the training village is where I guess most of the skeptics are saying these 5 quote unquote IR flares were dropped.
You're debating me, man. Debating me. I don't know what skeptics are saying. I'm just
me, baby.
So all right. I'm just
let's yeah. So let's keep it to. Let's try to keep Mick West out of it as much as we can, just because we don't want to bring in potential information that we don't all have. Because I don't have all Mick West's case file on this as well.
All right.
And so let's try to keep it to what the facts that we have are. Now, I'm going to restart this video in particular because I did mute it. So I want to unmute it and start it from the beginning. This is, again, wait.
You can't hear it
sharing it?
still. You're
Yeah.
sharing it, but the audio's off.
I gotta re-add it, unfortunately. When you can you hear it?
I cannot. I can't see it either.
No, you can see.
Now
like,
we
an outline or
we can.
It's moving.
Why don't you start from the beginning?
Those are not aluminum rounds because aluminum rounds fall.
It's so
And-
hard to keep it.
And nobody shoots in a 5-gun section.
I want to bring one more thing up. So he said no one shoots in a 5-gun a 5-gun
Section.
5-gun section. You, Grider, brought that up earlier. So it kind of goes to show you that these guys either didn't know what was going on that night, or again, maybe their accomplice is to like some sort of, I don't want to say lie, but leaning
A
into
hoax.
a
I
hoax.
just think maybe I mean, you'd be surprised how how little people pay attention. You know what I'm saying? I mean,
Right.
right.
But
Just not paying attention.
but this gentleman knows that they weren't shot, right? First of all, and you're saying that they weren't shot either. You're saying if these are flares, and they are flares, you're saying that they were dropped from an Osprey,
They were 100% dropped from an Osprey.
not shot.
I mean, they were shot out of an Osprey, but
Not shot from the ground is what I'm saying.
not the 5. No, definitely not the
Okay.
5 that we see. Absolutely 100% not.
Okay, just thank you for clearing that up.
No, you can see like an outline or something.
Again, I want to pause it. I hate doing this. Can you both comment on that? We know for a fact that with our eyes, and like I did it last night. There was a full moon last night. I pointed my camera to the full moon. Even though I have an iPhone 15, brand new, newest model, the moon shows up like a glowing ball of light. You can't get any definition. They're saying they see an outline. Can you accommodate that, Grider? What would make for what would accommodate for the outline that they're seeing? Because it sounds like they're saying they're seeing an outline of a craft.
Yeah, smoke and light. I mean, smoke, light, distance,
Okay.
And I would say that they're telling the truth, and they know what they're seeing, and that this highly credible military witness says he saw an outline. I believe he saw an outline.
It's moving. What you got?
Again, take me to your leader. It's kind of on the nose.
Oh hell no! Yo, we got aliens out here, dog.
My phone camera says.
Yo, this is fucking weird.
We got UFOs outside.
Yo, everyone's out here.
Everybody's out here.
Those.
All right, Grider. And Arthur, that video I find to be the testimony in it. Plus how for 36 seconds we watched your video, Grider.
Those are not aluminum rounds.
In this video, this craft, I'm gonna kind of just like roll it across. It doesn't seem like they're falling. It seems like they're actually moving. Unless the camera orientation is moving, it looks like moving up instead of down. Now, could that be wind?
Yeah, I mean,
Can you
think about it?
Can
Like
both of you?
they're dropped over like the top of a mountain, so you have the updraft. You know how you get turbulence when you like fly over, like a mountain range. You get that updraft, that turbulence, of air. It's the same thing, and also, I mean, they're parachute flares. They function like a hot air balloon. It's hot air going up into a parachute. It provides lift. Would be my answer.
Parachute flares 100% go down all the time. They never go up. They're not designed to go up. They're not designed to hover. They're designed to go down.
But we do know that sometimes the phosphorus or whatever is burning in the parachute, it can act like a hot air balloon, right? Which would allow it to maintain at least.
That's kind of like a
longer.
Chinese lantern type idea. That's the idea of what you're kind of describing. These just don't have the same sort of setup as a Chinese lantern. The distance from the parachute to the flare is pretty far. So it's not collecting hot air in the same way as a Chinese lantern does. So they're completely different. You might be getting some updraft from the heat from the flare, but it's not going to be enough to counteract the weight of the actual flare itself.
Grider, anything to comment?
No.
No. All right, so let's move on then. All right. So the next video would
video
be
3.
Video 3.
Down.
Wait.
Video 3.
Yo, I'm about to be one of those crazy old motherfuckers. What is this shit? You're gonna see me in my basement.
All right, so you do get a frame of reference.
Now it's not showing up in my camera.
So that's interesting at the very end. He says, now it's not showing up in my camera. And someone right next to him said, yeah, the same. So we got 2 people recording at the same time.
Mm-hmm. Not being visible to the camera. Could it be that the IR is playing tricks on the camera? The IR flare? If it were to be a flare, Grider?
I mean, I would think that if it's a cell phone cameras can see IR. That's like, all right, so back in the day, a big thing that I was trying to do was break the cannonball run, which is like going from the East Coast to the West Coast nonstop as fast as possible. In a car, just nonstop, going from the Red Ball Garage in downtown downtown New York City to the Portofino end on the West Coast. And so I had built my car up with a bunch of anti-speed enforcement countermeasures, and I had jammers. So they would jam laser, they would jam LiDAR. And what they did is they used infrared. They matched the pulse, the IR pulse of like the cop's gun, so that it kind of just like diffused it. And the way that I would test my jammers to see if they were working is I would pull out my cell phone and I would just look with my camera, and then I would use like a tester to basically activate the jammers, and I would be able to see the pulses of light. It's the same thing. Like you can see IR light, just barely, but you can still see it with a cell phone camera. I'm not too sure about like normal cameras if you're able to see if they have IR filters. I doubt it, but I could be wrong. So,
but the eye can't see IR. The eye can't see it. So
that's not true. The eye can see
visible
IR.
light.
If it's in the 850 nm, I don't know what nm stands for. It's like the measurement
nanometer.
Of light. Nanometer, yeah. But if you go down to like 750, then it's completely invisible. I don't know what nanometer these are. The IR flares are though.
So and where I paused it, ironically, it kind of comes back into frame, and we have a faint light, but we're missing one. But we know where it would be. It would be right about here. So I find that to be interesting. Let's play through the rest of the video.
Yo, I'm about to be
And
one
there
of those
comes.
crazy old motherfuckers. What is this shit?
You're gonna see me in my basement.
So again, he gives us a frame of reference.
Now it's not showing up in my camera.
Okay. So
we already
that
commented
was
on this,
video
so let's
three.
go to the next
Yeah,
video.
no, I know. I just wanted to see it again. This is video 4, correct?
If it says video 4, then yeah, I think we were on video 3, but now we're going to be on 4.
Wait, are you guys not with me? Oh.
I'm with you, but I
No,
can't
here.
see it.
That's the hardest part, guys. I'm so sorry. Is trying to balance like getting these videos up and down.
You're doing great, man. You're absolutely doing great, Ty.
Thank you. All right. So this is, so we need to go back to what?
Video 4. Yeah.
All right. Oh yeah, this one's interesting. Can you guys can see it, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
I told you all this research wasn't for nothing. I knew aliens were real.
Got some weird comments.
There's more lights around it.
Okay, that's it.
All right.
I told you all this research wasn't for nothing.
Okay. I want to throw it to Arthur. Can you tell me what you think is significant about this clip?
Well, the most important thing, which is in pretty much every clip, is that they're all baffled by what they're seeing. They're not able to identify what they're seeing. So whether you want to argue this was flares or not, it's indisputable that the witnesses at the time of the event, while they were witnessing in real time, could not identify what they were seeing, even though they're trained military witnesses.
Okay, and do you think it's odd that one of the military personnel talks about research into aliens? Do you think there could be a bias here, and maybe some degree of what Grider is saying makes sense when he says that a hoax could be being maybe a hoax wasn't planned, but they end up seeing weird lights in the sky, right? That they didn't understand or know about that it was going to happen, right? They are actually just flares, but the guy like me, who's clearly in that platoon or battalion or whatever, who does want to believe. Is there a possibility?
Yeah, absolutely. I think confirmation bias is something everyone has. I can definitely see that if maybe one person who might be a respective person in the group might say, that's a UFO. There's no way that's anything but a UFO. You could see how there could be some group think happening within the, that little cluster there. But my pushback to that, which is important, is that we don't just have one location. We have multiple locations, hundreds of feet away from each other, where you can hear the people commenting on the event. And it would have to be some sort of mass hallucination at that point, because you couldn't attribute that to like one individual starting up a thought within everyone else, because it's happening in two different locations far away from each other. So they're separated from one another, meaning that it's not just one person that's causing this.
Okay. And again, you know, I think that that's what's amazing about the military is it's people from all different backgrounds. And I don't think just because you look into aliens and you're into the topic means that, you know, nothing that you say about a sighting is credible. So Grider, this clip, does it stand out at all to you? And
besides the sparking, right? If I'm not mistaken, that's the one that it sparks, right? You know, because I was watching it, but
It
I couldn't really see it.
flashes.
Like, you know, like yeah, like my eyes are bad, and you know, so I mean, I can't really tell. But those flashes, I found out what those are. Those are chaff. That's what that is. It's chaff. And I've got
Where are the running
videos, if we
lights?
can-
Where are the running lights for the craft launching the shaft?
You don't typically run with your lights on when you're training for combat.
Yes, you
'cause,
absolutely do.
No, you get
You're
shot.
required by
train for
FAA
combat. Yeah, I mean,
to have
no,
running
Arthur,
lights.
It's not just not true. It's not true when you're on a military base doing, you know, doing an air training exercise, preparing for combat. You do not. You train for combat like you're in combat. You don't have your running lights on. You have them off. You absolutely run dark. Now, if they were to leave the restricted airspace and enter the civilian, you know, air highways, I forgot what they call them. Then yeah, they absolutely would. They would turn on their ADSB and they would turn on their running lights. Yeah, but absolutely
Can
not. Like,
we?
they're definitely they're.
This is something we could look up. We could look this up.
I was gonna say.
I can tell you because
can
I've like, I mean, because I've trained for combat, and that's you don't.
But you were never
you're
a pilot.
absolutely running dark. I've been inside of an aircraft at night training. Like we've done sling loads, we've done air assaults. Not
Well, we can come back to this because this is an objective. This is an objective fact that we could find. This work, so it's not an
I'm telling
opinion
you
of
that it's
one
a
or
fact.
the other.
This isn't an opinion. It's just not an opinion. You train like you fight, and those pilots
Arthur,
are
look it up.
100% wearing nods. They're 100% they're wearing night vision goggles, and they have all
Well,
their
okay.
lights
So
on.
my claim is that aircraft on 29 Palms would have running lights operational 100% of the time, and
You can
the
even see
claim
a
from
video of an
Grider.
Osprey.
The claim from Grider is that sometimes they do not have the running lights on. So
All the time. Hey, there's a FOIA photo from John Greenwald from this FOIA release where it shows an Osprey flying with its lights off over the camera. I'll send it to you right now. Ty.
These were photos. So if blinking running lights might not be captured in a photo.
So I looked up.
I guess I can give you that.
So I did look it up. So military aircraft actually aren't bound by FAA rules. They have their own set of rules to follow. Having said that, though, their rules are basically follow the FAA rules with a few exceptions. Yes, one of those exceptions is for lights. Military aircraft can turn off their lights after dark, but only if they're actually flying a mission in an active war zone or if they're doing training in an area that's been cleared of other aircraft. And that's according to FAR 91.209.
Okay, well, I'm wrong. Thanks for the fact check.
Yes.
So you're right,
Yes.
Grider. It could have been an aircraft with no running lights launching chaff.
The anti-collision lights need not be lit when the pilot in command determines that because operating conditions, it would be in the interest of safety to turn the lights off. Those are other instances.
Hey, so like a big part of my case of my counterpoints is that there was a major air exercise going on at this exact same time. There was multiple air assets. I'm talking about helicopters. They were doing what's called a what's it called? I don't have the paper pulled up, but like they were doing a major air refueling. They were doing counter air with like actual contractors flying like a Hind, which is a which is a big chopper that it's like the attack helicopter for the Russians. It's called the Hind, the Mi-28. They were flying an Mi-28 during this exercise as like an opposing force, as an OP-4. They were also flying a couple of, I think it was 4 different fighter jets, the F-1 fighter jet, as like an opposing force. There was dozens of air assets that were flying, helicopters, planes, and jets that were flying within this airspace in this exact same hour time period, like right at this
I would
exact
need to
same
see
time.
the.
I've got all
Do
the
we have
evidence.
the
I've got
doc?
it. Yeah,
All right.
I've got
So
it.
I guess we'll get there.
And
We'll
I
get
would
there.
not argue with the fact that there was training occurring at a military training base. That's happening continuously all the time.
Okay. This is location B, Camp Wilson. So okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So the next video we're about to see is when we start seeing other flares in the same sky as
The 5
object,
lights.
the lights. Yeah, let's just call them lights because I'm going to say either way, because that'd be siding with one of you. So I'm going to pull this up. Let's add it in. So you can see that orange light right away, right from there.
Please tell me this is the end of the world.
I just want to point out that that's a very odd statement for someone to say.
You guys clearly being funny.
And here, a lot of people not. Why don't you pause it?
Oh, 1 second. I'll go back.
Because a lot of people might not be able to see the 5 lights. You got kind of pointed out to them. Yeah, so you got the 2.
So the
we have 2 flares. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so we have, all right. So we have the 2 very, very distinct flares. Now, these we recognize, right? They
Those
act
were
like
fired
flares.
by. Yeah, those
Right.
were fired by artillery. Like those are actual, like artillery, or maybe even a mortar. They had artillery and they had a couple of mortars that were, set up at this time period for this field training exercise.
Okay. And these are the flares that you would have more training with, right?
It's the same ones that we fire in combat. But yeah, those are what indirect fire illumination rounds look like. Most likely
Okay.
fired from like an 80 millimeter, 120 millimeter mortar, or maybe even like a 105 or 120 millimeter howitzer. I don't know if they have 120s in the Marine Corps, but probably the
Okay.
105.
Okay. But right below it, about maybe 6 inches, you see the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lights, and they're still here. Now they have significantly either backed up or the orientation is just so dramatically different that that the camera position is altering our perspective to a degree where we think that it's further away. But still, these things, Grider, I gotta ask, flares. Now, granted, if they were dropped from an Osprey or not, why would they still all be in the same? Now, they could be falling together, right, at the same rate of speed, but why are they still in the same perfect formation and not like we saw in the other videos where they start trailing out?
They're not. If you want to go to picture number 16 in the media tab, you can see the exact photo of the flares, and you can see this is from the FOIA. This is from the FOIA release, and you see I've got a collage a pretty high resolution.
And I just want to preface. I want to push back on these FOIA photos. I have a whole.
These are the photos here.
These are FOIA photos. I have a whole tranche of research that I hope we can get to, which I am claiming proves.
Bruh, I'll stay here all goddamn night.
Yeah, I mean,
okay.
All right, but let's go. Let's go.
These are the FOIA photos taken from the training village 17 miles away from Camp Wilson, allegedly at the same time.
Wait,
see, I can't argue this conspiracy angle. Like, this is like the.
Well, you can argue the points that I'll make. I'll make my specific points why I think these are fake.
Hold on.
And then you can retort those.
Hold on. Are these? I'm sorry. I think I'm confused.
These are 6 different photos
of that night.
Of that exact night, fired from the opposite side of that mountain. These were taken by a Marine Corps journalist, or like it's like the job in the Marine Corps, maybe it's public affairs office, PAO. Yeah. So you see the top 3 are the IR flares. And
no, they're not IR flares. IR flares are invisible to the naked eye.
100%. No, they're not. I've already proven that, Arthur. I mean, I don't know how. Okay.
Yeah,
well,
I don't think we have to.
I mean, I can go on and I have 3 more videos showing IR flares visible, and 2 of them are in a daylight setting. So if you want to, I mean,
check your sources.
Okay. Well, then let's go on and go to the videos right now, Tyler. Go to video number. It's right up. Go to video number 14. Video 14. This is by ATK. This is a manufacturer of Lu-19 IR flares. And this is.
I want to see the description. Let's start by looking at. I want to look at the description.
Oh, absolutely. And I'll find the point of drop while you show the description, maybe.
So for more than 40 years,
ATK has.
Can you read it?
Yeah, I will. For more than 40 years, ATK has produced illuminating devices for search and rescue, military support, and border patrol. ATK flares are instrumental in providing warfighters with technology that gives them the cutting edge in the battlefield, aids search and rescue operators as they save lives, as well as many other applications. Produced to illuminate in both the visible and infrared spectrum, these innovative products are used by the government and commercial entities in more than 25 countries.
Ty, this is the wrong video. I'm sorry, man. Like I mean, I must have linked the wrong video. This is the wrong. Like this isn't the right video. So
what's in this?
Wait.
I mean,
so
it's
you're probably talking
like
about
a
this
compilation.
one. Then.
No, I think that no, that's a flare burning on the ground that I included just to point out the fact that they only drop these over deserts. If you give me a second, well, if you give me some time, I'll go back to my YouTube and I'll find the specific video and we can go back.
Well, we can come back to this. Let's get through these videos. Yeah. You know, we're gonna come back to a lot of stuff once we get through the videos.
Right. Oh, yeah. Right. So while you're doing that, I'm gonna pull the videos back up. Sorry, guys. Okay. Location. This is the one after, right?
I think it's location A and location B are the last 2 videos, and then the response video. Yeah, this is the last video of the
flares. Those are flares.
Yeah. Hey, yo. I think they know we're looking at them.
Yo, what the fuck?
Oh, shit! Hey, wait. Is that SpaceX? What is that? Like?
Yo, what the fuck?
Those are flares. Those are flares.
Yeah. Those are flares. We know those are flares, but what the fuck are those bright lights?
Pause it.
Yeah, we know those are flares. Oh.
So several of them say those are flares. We know those are flares, but what the fuck are those bright lights? I think is the exact quote.
And again, where they're staying in that same formation. They have
go back a little bit. This isn't very clear right there. Go back.
Here's one thing to point out too, is that when you're firing an indirect fire, when you're firing like an illumination round, it produces debris when it separates. When that round separates and opens up to where it's a parachute flare, you know, it's like there's some debris. Like there's stuff that could get caught inside of an aircraft air intake that would potentially bring an aircraft down. So they would never clear like an artillery gun to shoot an illumination round up over a potentially, you know, manned or unmanned aircraft. It just would not happen. It would not happen. It would never happen.
So what you're saying is
you can see all 5 lights there. Yeah.
So and actually in this video, one light does seem to have dropped.
Exactly. And if you compare that to the famous photo of the low light iPhone photos that you were showing earlier, it's the same configuration. Yes, right here. Exactly. So that's this shape, which is interesting.
Us our V.
Yeah, which is interesting because we have 2 videos of roughly the exact same time, because the flares are up in the air, and that only lasted like 1 minute that they had footage of that. So why are we seeing a drastic change in the shape? In other words, the only reason this shape could be changing so drastically if it was at the same time is because it's a function of perspective, meaning that the 2 different locations on the base are, say, like 300 yards away from each other to the left and right, and it's that perspective change that's causing the shift in the shape of the video, not the actual lights changing themselves.
Hey, so one thing I want to point out to the people that are watching is that I'm not a debunker. I'm actually a believer. I'm a skeptic, but I've had, in basic training, I had a triangular craft fly about 35 feet over my head. So like, I'm not a debunker. You know, this is not, I know it may seem like I am right now, but I probably should have said that at the beginning, but
yeah, I mean, listen, I've had intelligence community people come up to me and tell me this is a training exercise and that I shouldn't be wasting my time, essentially. Multiple, but then others that have said that there's something else going on here and that it is something. So it seems that there's a clear disconnect between this case and the narrative that is going around. So I am just I do want to get into the military response a little bit later, and that aspect, but so I did. So someone just walked in, so I kind of lost my train of thought there. But my big thing about this is, how are these guys? Is there any situation, Grider, where these people staged at Camp Wilson would not be informed of a base-wide drill?
I mean,
does that make sense to you?
Want to go on and get into it now? Like, I have the exact. Okay, give me a second to pull up. So, I have the exact number of aircraft that were in the air.
Well, no. You're diverting. What his question is: would the men at Camp Wilson be, in your opinion, would the soldiers who were getting ready to go to bed that night be informed of a massive training exercise that night?
That's the question. Yes.
If they were not a part of it, probably not. Probably not. Like this, like maybe the officers, but like, why would they announce if there's other units? Like they got done with their stuff for the day. Like, why would they be, hey guys, y'all have been out training all day. You're tired. Oh, well, hey, like let's have a debriefing about what some other unit's doing. No, like they wouldn't care. They wouldn't care at all.
So you think if it was separate units, they wouldn't know what
absolutely a separate unit.
Are doing. Well, you don't know that it was absolutely separate units, but
I mean, that unit would be out there.
Yeah, I just find it, and 50 again. That's liberally we're saying 50, because I think that area, I've been trying to look into it, but it houses, I think Arthur and I, what was it, like somewhere upwards of 300?
I couldn't get you the exact numbers of people, but I would say in the hundreds that probably witnesses.
If it was full.
Yeah.
So
we have hundreds of witnesses though. Like I think that's a little bit reckless to say,
Fair enough. Fair enough. I'm just saying that it seems very weird that from the people that have come forward and from the sounds that you hear in some of the videos, like the chaos that you can hear in the back, not chaos. It's not like they're freaking out, but you can hear a lot of people like, yelling and screaming. It just seems that there's a lot of people that weren't informed. And if we're to believe that this was a massive training exercise, right? A base-wide training exercise that involved a convoy of 50 to 70 trucks, jets, helicopters, flares, more flares that somehow stay in a V for God knows how long. It just seems weird to me that the base wouldn't know, that some sort of memo wouldn't go out saying, by the way, just so you know, this is going to be happening at this hour, at this time, at this place, just be
why?
For safety reasons, for one.
Safety for what? Those guys are on Camp Wilson.
Or
so here's what's going on at that exact same time. All right, so at the exact same time, at that exact time, right at 8 o'clock, there was an what's called an ADGR, an air delivered ground refueling exercise. There was what's called a FARP, FARP, which is a forward arming refueling point exercise, which includes ground units going to secure and set up a refueling point. There were two different objectives that were being bounded down upon, that were being taken in some type of close quarters combat, training exercise. There was another ADGR, this one being a TAR, TAAR, or a tilt rotor air-to-air refueling. So there was air-to-air refueling going on for the tilt rotor, which is Osprey. Then there was a HAR, HAAR, which was a helicopter air-to-air refueling, which is, so there were four different types of refueling exercises that were going on. And on top of that, there was close air, there was counter air that was going on, there was defensive op-4 air that was in. This was like a major training event, guys. I'm talking about dozens of aircraft, like, in the air. There's no way that they didn't know. There's no way. There's just no way.
So you're saying they did know?
And again,
there's no way that they didn't know all these aircraft were in the air. Aircraft are loud. Helicopters
Who didn't know? There's no way who didn't know.
The Marines.
So the witnesses. So you're saying the witnesses did know that there was a major exercise that night and are lying about it.
They were again circling. Don't try to make this like.
Well, circling back, I'm speaking literally gibberish right now. That sounds like what you were just insinuating. And I'm strictly Joe Rogan right now. that sounded like what you were saying. So I don't know.
That's not what I'm saying.
Okay, so maybe their words just aren't coming out right.
They were a part of the major training exercise, like those,
But you
those
just
Marines were
told
part
us
of the major
that
exercise.
they weren't.
I'm saying that, like, the grand exercise, like, that's what they're doing. They're training, like, they're on that base training. They were in their downtime. They may not have been a part of, like, the air exercise, but they were absolutely a part of the overall training environment. Like,
They're training every single day, Grider. That's what they're there to do. They're training.
Exactly. Yeah, that's what. Yeah.
But that would also go against the notion. Okay. All right. There's that one more. There's a couple photos, I believe, right? Now, I would like to show those photos for a specific reason. Finished video?
Yeah, I think that covers all the videos of the event. There's some photos of the event as well. Some low light photos. That's the response video.
This is the response video. So let's actually watch this.
They're sitting so many fucking helicopters right now.
They're chasing something.
They're flying.
Holy fuck.
They're going fast as hell too.
I get beamed up.
They're in like a formation. They're sitting so many fucking helicopters.
I'm gonna play it twice.
Okay, so
they're flying.
Holy fuck.
They're going fast as hell too.
I get beamed up.
They're in like a formation.
All right. I just want, before you guys speak, I want to note that what we hear is, I don't want to get beamed up, right? So again, some sort of reference to UFO. But we also hear one person speaking about a massive response. However, we don't see it. We don't see it specifically. We can hear it a little bit, but we don't know exactly what we're seeing. There's some blinking lights and that right there. Does anyone know what that is right there in the lights?
No, but all you can see is some blinking lights, which is running lights for some sort of aircraft, probably helicopters. So there's another example of an aircraft actually using their running lights that night. So
yeah, well, I mean, we have a picture of one not using its lights, or if it's in that fraction of a second, you know, where the. All right. Can you go
and again,
to,
we've established that they make that choice.
Yes,
that
it is
I
possible.
mean, and also,
it is
if
possible.
if they're doing something as high risk as refueling, doing air-to-air, helicopter-to-helicopter refueling, which is one of the most dangerous things that you can do in the military by far, you know, then they probably would have their running lights on. But if you want to go to 21 and 22, you can go to either one. I have two different collages of all the different aircraft that were in the area, and as you go over them, I'll give you the number of them that were in the air at this exact moment.
Well, we can get into the weeds there soon, but are we going to go over the witness testimony as well?
Yeah. Yes.
So, I mean,
yes. I think you can't do this justice without it. So
let's go over the photos. Let's go over the photos, the low light photos. Do you have those? I can bring them up.
Yeah, if you can, just so I can clear up my tab situation here.
Yeah, I can do that. No problem.
So I again, the massive response element, these people in the video, the video that we just watched specifically, they sound like they have no clue what's happening. And they say, it looks like they're chasing something. And then the beamed up thing. So again, are we dealing with multiple people hoaxing? Because these are different angles, clearly different people taking the videos. So I find it hard to believe that this would be a hoax being perpetrated throughout multiple people.
That's a very good point, Ty. That's what I was trying to drive home. that we're not dealing. And you could maybe make the argument that if it was one group of people at one place, that a hoax could be possible. But when you're talking about multiple locations, not connected to each other, that chance of simultaneously multiple groups of people deciding to do the exact same hoax at the same time, that seems very unlikely at that point.
I mean, you're like, you have no idea what these people were thinking. You have no idea.
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
well,
fair point.
We're talking about things that we have no way to prove that we have no way. You have no idea what they were thinking or what they knew. We don't know. Like,
That's an absolutely fair point. So what did you want to get by with the low res pics?
Well, just that this is probably the most famous one, and there is some sort of shading in the background of this triangle. As you can see with the filter applied, there's some sort of, looks like the outline of a craft, but maybe it's not. But there is some sort of something going on.
The Margaritaville filter. I call this, I call this one.
And a lot of people say, well, that's, smoke that's causing that outline to appear. But I would say smoke rises up. Smoke rises up, and you can clearly see that there is some sort of shading below the four top lights.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know too much. I mean, like, can't that happen when you're applying a filter? Like, don't filters?
You can even see it in the original. You can see it in the original.
I mean, that can be glare. That can be anything, right? I mean,
as an expert in photography myself, I would say that it could be an artifact of the camera. And especially if they're using low exposure, but and it would give like some, as if this was moving, it would essentially give it some sort of motion blur, but it would be more in tune with the light of the light. It would be more, it wouldn't be dark black like that. So
that's a filter though added on top of,
right, but I'm actually leaning to you now.
Oh,
yeah, well, I'm leaning. I'm not.
It could be a artifact. I'll grant you that it could be an artifact of the camera. But
that could be the smoke.
But I will argue against
it.
I will argue it against it being the smoke, because smoke rises up, and there would not be smoke below the lights if they were flares.
What if there was a gust of wind? If there was a gust of wind, right? It could blow.
If there was a gust of wind,
any number, yeah, sure. Why not?
Oh, okay, we can argue this point. It's not even that strong, but I would just say this, looks like it could be the outline of something, and I think that's interesting to at least note. And we'll just go through the different photos.
It looks like the light from the flares, like reflecting or glaring off of smoke. That's what it looks like to me.
To me, it looks like Zeta Reticulans projecting holograms.
Yeah, well, it's all in the eye of the beholder, right? That's what that's our problem here.
Okay, well, so that's the most famous low light photo, but we'll get through all the photos. Here's another one. You can kind of see that it's much smaller in this photo, but you can see the structures as well.
So here we do have a reference point. Can you go back?
Yeah.
You just went back. All right. So we have a reference point. And
yes.
Whatever this.
And we actually know exactly where this was taken. If I could bring up Google Earth, it's been determined exactly where this was.
Okay. And it seems like now this is where I get a little shaky, because I'm not seeing those golden flares in the sky at this point. So have they either fallen down and gone away, or have they not been shot yet?
And they haven't been shot yet, because according to what the witnesses said, the flares shot up, the two flares shot up, and that after about a minute, the 5 light formation disappeared.
they
So this
said
was
it blinked
before.
out, right? I just want to make it that distinction that they said, quote unquote, the lights blinked out one by one.
No, they did not say one by one.
Well, we
I
can
have
get
the quote right here. I got the documents right here, brother. Hold on.
Yeah, if you want to pull them up. But I thought I was gonna say I thought we listened to all the testimony. I don't remember them saying blinking out. I remember them saying that they disappear.
Yeah, that's what I remember too.
That's what I remember. I'm the
Blinked
moderator.
out
I'm
by
neutral.
one. Yeah.
Okay.
No. I mean, I've got the transcript. I'll take a screenshot of the transcript and then actually I'll find the clip.
But we're gonna be listening to the
Yeah,
witnesses.
I know the pain's coming. Don't worry, Arthur.
The pain's coming, he says.
All you can eat.
But we'll go
right?
through these other photos. This is another one, a low light photo. In this photo, it's very symmetrical, extremely symmetrical. So that's just interesting to note.
I will give you that. That one seems to be taken from a different
that thing
vantage.
that is symmetrical for sure. Yeah.
Yes. Again, it confuses me because what time
This
is
different.
happening?
Yeah, see the shapes are different between these two?
Yes, and the lighting's different, and the time of day. It seems like it's a different time of day.
Well, it's different
Probably a
cameras.
different camera, different person.
Different location, different
Yeah,
camera. Here's one that's taken through a night vision goggles.
Oh yeah,
I didn't see this one before.
You can't really see anything. It's just a giant.
Can you go back?
There's actually a video. There's actually that's a video, not just a picture. Like that's an actual video.
When did that come?
10 seconds. I'll find the video clip. Hold on.
When we didn't get to that, I never saw that picture.
This night vision one?
The monocular. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's like through a PVS 14 probably, or a PVS 7.
And is that trained on that object?
Yeah,
this
that's
is trained on the 5 light formation. Yes.
Yeah, you see how bright
And
that
it's
is?
coming out as just a big ball of light.
Well,
yeah,
I mean, it's from an angle. It's probably from the the side of it. Maybe that could actually have been taken from like the helicopter that dropped it. For all that we know. I mean,
no, you can
that
see
could have
the
been taken
building.
from the air.
This is a building on the right. I think this was taken from the. You can see the mountain range.
I mean, there's buildings on top of the mountain. Okay, you could be right, but that looks like it's higher in elevation. To me, that looks like an upward elevation. They have buildings on the side of the mountains, down there.
Yeah, and is that a window? Or is this a?
That's
is
like
this
looking
some sort
through the night vision.
Is that what that is?
Monocular. Yeah.
Yeah, I think
I
they took their
was saying-
cell phone and they put it up to the night vision monocular or binoc whatever.
One thing
Okay,
to note too is
again-
that, does that not look like clouds? That looks like some clouds to me. You see that?
There are definitely some clouds.
I do see a
in
little
the
bit of
sky.
clouds, a little
Yeah.
wispiness of
What's your-
clouds.
Can I ask what your point with the cloud is?
I'm just making the point so I can pull it out later. When it, is. I mean, just for future.
When
reference.
it's relevant. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Heard.
I mean, I have no
Okay.
idea when it will be relevant. I'm just making the point.
Okay, here's a photo of the guys out there watching it, and I'm just going to count. I can see 1, 2, 3. I can see 4 phones in this
And
one
then-
photo.
Count shadows too. One shadow you can see is holding up a phone like this, or holding something up. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people in the shot that we can't see, but we can see their shadows.
And this is only one side. There's 2 sides to these bunks. And each one of these bunks, I think, has at least probably like 10 people in it, maybe.
More than
Grider.
that, those things are huge. Those things. I mean, like I haven't been inside one of those. Those are specific like Marine training, huts or whatever. But they're like it's like the half like cylinders. Yeah, like we had like plywood bee huts that are basically it's like a plywood shed basically, and like put HESCO barriers on the side of it. Just like big baskets filled with sand, and then that's plywood roof. Yeah, like that's what we had. Those things are pretty nice, but a lot more. Those things probably fit 50 people.
I was saying, it sounds like you guys got the shit end of the stick on that one.
Yeah, I mean it's yeah. But I mean, like the Marines slept in the same things, the plywood bee huts downrange, but they had nice training, like when
What?
we would go to the field, we would just be inside of like our Humvees sleeping, we didn't have any of these nice, these really nice facilities.
Okay. So something I brought up during the podcast that Arthur and I did was these guys are out there in their skivvies. It's like they ran out there, right? So this is again bringing me back to the point that it doesn't seem like they knew what was going on. That this was a surprise to them. That hey guys, get out here and check this out, right? And then everyone comes out, looks like everyone's, if you're saying, these men, if this is routine, right? Yada, yada, yada. It doesn't seem like they'd be that interested. They have other things to do.
Like what?
Maybe they want to catch
Like
rack for the next day. I don't know. How many times have you seen people come out like this?
I mean, that's what we would hang out outside. It's probably nice and cool. I doubt those things have air conditioning. I don't, I mean, it's probably, I mean, I guess it was kind of probably pretty cool, but think about it. Okay. So there's at least one company that's over 100 men. I mean, probably 110, maybe a little bit more, maybe closer to 150. And that's what, maybe 15 guys that are outside, hanging out. Like they're probably smoking a cigarette. It's like you're outside, what else is there to do? Like, go to sleep, but the lights are still on in the huts.
No, that's not what I
8:15.
see. That's not what I see. I see people barefoot. I see people standing in lines, looking up at the sky, holding their cell phones, pointing at what I assume to be the 5-light formation. I don't see this as a routine, casual gathering outdoors.
When's
if
last time you've been out in the field with a group of people in the military? It's what you do. You hang out outside, you smoke, you hang out inside, and they're probably wearing their shower shoes, sandals.
I don't take pictures of people smoking.
They're taking pictures of the flares. Why? I have plenty.
Why would they be taking pictures of flares in the first place?
And I'm not trying to battle you.
Bright, they're cool. They're cool. What else is there to take pictures of? It's fun. Maybe to, I don't know. Send to their family. Oh, look at this. This is cool. Send to people like Corbell so that they can create a mass media frenzy over nothing. I mean, I don't know who can know what these men were thinking. Who knows?
Well, you're certainly suggesting you do know what they were thinking. So I'll push back on that.
I'm saying I'm doing the exact opposite, Arthur. I'm saying we do not know. We have no way of knowing what they're thinking. I don't know how else to. Can we put this on a banner?
But then you start creating narratives of what they might be thinking. It's okay.
No, I'm not. What are you talking about, man?
They're out there smoking. They're out there because it's too hot.
How's that a narrative? Oh, get Tony out of here. What he better be paying for that, right? He better be paying for that.
I think that they're out. I think they're out there staring at the UFO. They're out there staring at the UFO.
So again, this picture, in a neutral aspect, I just don't see that if this is a normal routine training exercise. I can't explain this picture. I guess I can. I guess I guess I can. It's just it's not a picture I would take in any circumstance of just people out in their underwear in the middle of the desert looking up at flares, flares.
You'd be surprised what else we take pictures of, when we're out there in the field. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I guess.
I mean, you'd be surprised, what you do to,
That's fair.
I mean, he's taking a picture of his friends looking at flares, because he knows that it's probably flares. He's probably taking a picture to laugh at him, later. Look at all you guys out there.
Yeah, and I really want to stamp down, I completely disagree with this hoax idea that you keep saying these are honorable men. They're not liars. They're not hoaxers. They're not manipulating what they saw. I think these are trained Marines, and I will continue to push back against your accusation. These guys are anything but trustworthy.
See, now you're making it about that. See, that's a real evil straw man. I can tell that you really think you're losing the debate here, Arthur, to go that low.
Well,
man.
it's
Like,
because your entire argument
man.
is based on these witnesses lying.
No, it's not. No, it's not, dude. That's a really low blow. But I mean,
well, we can move on though.
Bar, man. You can set the
bar.
So
this is the last photo. Oh, no, we got 2 more. So here's a couple more low light photos.
I forgot the game where you like go under the bar. Like, what is that called?
Below the belt.
No, shit.
Thing where you like.
Yeah, no, I know what you're talking about.
What is that, man? Like,
and you go, like.
Yeah. Like, what the hell is that called?
What is it called?
I don't know. Called? Oh, it shows how. Shows that we all.
Shows how in touch we are. I think we.
Yeah, I know.
Limbo. Yes, thank you guys. Thank you guys. Limbo? The chat. We have close to 2,000 people watching, and only like 20 on YouTube.
Yeah.
So literally YouTube hates me so much. It's so funny. But thank you. Please, anyone who's watching, if you do mind switching over from Twitter over to YouTube and subscribe. I know I'm pausing this a little bit, but it would really mean the world to me because I do try to bring content like this, give people platforms, and to hear everybody out, no matter what, no matter if it's Mick West, Stephen Greenstreet, whether it's Robert Salas, Mario Woods, I have them all. So let's continue the debate, guys.
Oh, and just like one more thing, if I can do my own advertisement. So I'm going to be holding a disclosure dinner with my disclosure whistleblower named Charles. We're going to have you come to the prison. We're going to have grilled cheese off the radiator, nice fancy meal. And for $3,000, you can have a talk with my own disclosure whistleblower. All right, one-on-one, find out the real truths, and then afterwards you go out and get shanked on the basketball court. So $3,000. I'll tell you what, I'll knock it down to $1,500 just for my friends on Twitter. All right.
Are you secretly Dr. Greer?
No, he's talking about this guy. You don't know about the prison whistleblower.
We don't need to get into it right now. Let's let the joke, let's let the joke marinate. All right, I'll explain it to you later. But Dr. Greer, I mean, hey, we could shift this into Dr. Greer and just get our hate on, like I'm saying right now.
I'm pro Greer.
He loves parachute flares.
No, listen, he does love
a career off of parachute flares.
Well, I want to debunk that. We'll save that debunking. We'll save that debate for another day.
What do you mean? Dude, Arthur, man, you're just on the wrong side of all this, man. Oh,
you think everything is flares? I know.
No, I do not. I absolutely do not.
But
so why am I
believe as real as flares?
Like
I would take the inverse of whatever you think. If I was a betting man, I'd bet the opposite.
All right, shots fired, right?
I mean, he started it.
No. It's okay. It's okay. Shots fired. Reel back in. We got 2 pictures in front of us. 2 photos, 19 seconds apart. We're flying high. All right. So we don't know exactly in reference from when the videos. So Grider, a big thing that you talk about is that there's no video longer than 30 seconds. There is a video longer than 30 seconds. There's a 36-second video. But I will agree with you in the sense that there are 4 to 5 videos that total, if you were to sequentially add them up, only add up to about 3 to 4 minutes, maybe. And you've hedged a lot on that aspect. I don't so the pictures here that we're seeing, we don't know when they were taken in reference to when the videos were taken. This has caused a lot of frustration. So I wish we could get some of the metadata from the videos and photos so that we
Yes.
could start
These do
piecing.
have metadata on.
Here's
These
the
are
thing, though.
only
All right.
2 photos. I just want to add a fact to this. These are the only 2 photos that we have metadata on, because these didn't come from Corbell. These came from a Reddit user, so another witness. So we have the intact metadata from the iCloud, so we can be confident when these were taken.
Okay, so these are the photos, yeah, because someone just DM'd me. Excuse me. Goodness. Someone just DM'd me. And I took a look briefly at it. I think this is like the second Mick West debunk. Oh yeah, I'm a Fed, yeah. People are so delusional. But
I starred that comment.
no, it's cool. It's whatever. It's a
I
shortcut to
I
thinking as
love
far as I'm
that
concerned.
stuff.
But yeah. So apparently these are the photos. No, I didn't. And I only thought that because there's some erroneous work done by another. It's just not really. I'm okay. I take responsibility.
We'll
for that.
go. Well, you know what?
At least I was trying to
So
think outside the box. You know what I'm
the
saying?
last
But,
the last 20 minutes of this,
we're just
we'll
gonna be cussing each other out. You know what I'm saying? Like
yeah,
filter off.
we'll
I'm gonna tell Arthur exactly what I think of him in its friggin' Kohl's clearance rack attire. It's
what the
not
fuck
smiling,
is that all
just
about,
gonna
dude?
lay into it. Oh, you're gonna find out.
No, but I wanted to ask you a question about Ashton Forbes.
I defer. I really don't like to talk crap about people unless they're like right there. If Ashton wants to come on, like we'll go back to the old days of me cussing him out, and blowing up, and you can kick me out of the chat. Like I used to get kicked out of spaces. Like we can go back to the old days. That's
all right,
cool.
no,
Rattled?
I just wanted to know your views on him. All right, okay. Anyway, so the metadata, it would be very crucial to this case.
Yes.
In at least verifying when each video is taken so that we could correspond and correlate that either, if there's overlap or not, so that we could start piecing together time frames. Grider, in your experience, if flares were dropped from an Osprey in this formation, how long would they stay in the air at altitude?
7 minutes. 7 minutes.
7 minutes. Okay.
7 minutes.
And that aligns with the research that we've done, that Arthur and I have done. Now.
Oh, okay. So you guys doing a little research on your own. Okay.
Yes. So. Arthur.
He needs all the help he can get. So.
Yeah.
Arthur. What are the significance of these photos being 19 seconds apart, taken by another user separate from the Corbell investigation?
Well, they're very important for my research specifically, because it's the only iPhone photos where we have a certainty what time they were taken. So later on, I'll show that the FOIA photos don't match up with the timeline from these 2 specific photos. And in other words, the FOIA photos, which are quote unquote debunking this case, were taken much earlier, and you can clearly see that the flares had burnt out at that point. So these are crucial.
They took it earlier in preparation for the UFO that was going to appear like minutes later. Is that what?
No. My theory, I'll wrap it up pretty quickly, is that there was a mass UAP sighting at this base. It was an incursion by a unknown. It caused a significant ruckus on the base with massive response, and that part of their information containment operation of this massive UAP sighting was to, at a later date, stage a 5-light flare in a similar configuration, so that at a later date that they could just publish those to instantly debunk the case before it gains traction.
That's a creative story, but how are you going to explain the fact that they had all these air assets scheduled for this exact time to be doing a training exercise, where it was like literally
they're doing training exercises every day, every night.
Aircraft. No, it was like at this exact time, 50 aircraft, multiple multiple altitudes, like stacked up at all. I mean, at all levels, coordinating with the
Yeah,
ground.
they're always doing
you know,
training.
refueling point. Okay, well, you're not see. Okay,
Well,
move on, I
well,
guess.
let's stop flying
Yeah,
high.
because like I
So
have the data, but I guess
Well,
we'll get into
let's
that in a little
Your
bit, right?
point is that there was a training exercise that night, and I say yes, there was a training exercise that night. There's training exercises.
But you're saying that it was
You're
it was
saying that all these
used.
air assets rushed into the area when I'm saying that they were scheduled to be in the area at that exact time. I have
over
the
Camp
schedule.
Wilson.
Oh, yes, over. They were not over Camp Wilson. Like they were over the training range. They were over the range. Like I tried to pull out this, proof earlier, and I got shut down.
Well, yeah, I was gonna say this. If we're actually looking at this craft is far. If sorry, I said craft. That was my bad. This thing is over the mountain. It looks like to some degree. I would
Looks like
say
that's an aircraft off to the left too, right? Like, isn't that an aircraft? I have the ADSB data. I wonder, you see that off to the left?
I do see that off to the
That one light?
left.
I see
It's got to be an airplane, a civilian airliner.
Well, there's just a
Well,
dot
how
of
would that be?
light.
How would that be cleared in that?
I mean,
space?
that's probably way off. That's probably like, okay, so Camp Wilson is on like the bottom portion. Like, if you look at a map of 29, in fact, I've got a map.
I can bring up a
palms.
map.
If you go to,
I have it.
If you go to number,
I have it right here.
Yeah, well, I don't really want your map. Go to number 11. Yes, no, see, that's not
This
a good
is
map.
Camp Wilson. So this is Camp Wilson on the left.
Go to
and then
map
way
number 11.
over here, it's the training village.
Yeah, I've got a better map.
He actually does have a really good map.
I got 6 of them.
So the FOIA photos were taken from this training village, 17 miles away from Camp Wilson.
Yeah, so look, okay, so right there, you see right there in like the bottom left, and like the bottom, see that, like, that's where Camp Wilson is, right there in that kind of that bottom left area right there. More close, I mean, it's like in that pocket, you see, okay, so, dang, I wish you could see my, oh, well.
All right,
Yeah,
bottom left. Draw
like
me
the
to where you are.
It's like right there. It's like right, like Camp Wilson and the airport and everything. That's right there in the right side of that tan area, that really khaki colored area that doesn't have any circles over it or any. It's like that all the lines are around. You see what I'm saying? But it's still marked off by that solid black line at the bottom. You see how it kind of there's a black line.
And this is really hard to describe. You'd have to put your cursor right there to really.
Yeah, I'm having a hard time with it. Well, all right. You labeled them 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's stay on number 1 and guide me.
Those are coordinated though with like the data that I had, like which you don't want to, which we don't want to get into right now. So
no, we'll get into it.
Here, hold on. Yeah, I mean, probably let's go on and save this. And like, I was just trying to show you guys where Camp Wilson is what I was doing.
All right, well,
yeah,
he was too. To be fair,
yeah, that's like,
so, but you're right. This is it doesn't really give us a good clear picture of the terrain, the all around terrain.
This is Camp Wilson as well. But
right.
Hey, so go to number 20. All right, number 20. It's a 4 collage. In the top right, it's got a really good map. That is the actual map that came with the FOIA request materials. So number 20, it'll be like a couple of tables on the bottom, and then a some type of chart where it it has all the different activities that are going on during that time. And then the right will be a blue map. It says like yeah, there we go. Is there any way you can zoom in to the top right?
Unfortunately,
it's not. Out and resend. Okay, hold on.
I was gonna say it's not letting me zoom in, but I did actually add it into my photos. So let me see if I can get a better copy of it. up here. No, it doesn't look like it. No, unfortunately not.
I just sent it to the it's the newest thing on the media, and it should pull up like a full screen. It's really not very clear, but
What did you send
you
it
see
to?
Jeremy Corbell's retweeting us.
Is he?
Yeah.
Hey, shout out to Jeremy Corbell. Jeremy,
all right,
man.
so I'm sending right now.
Caused a ruckus.
I'm sending a high def version of it. So it's taking a minute for my internet to send it. You know, I don't have good internet, but
take your
there
time,
it goes.
brother.
That should be a full
Yeah,
high def
just got
version
it.
of the entire. There we go. Yeah.
All right, I got it.
And if
Wait,
you look,
did I get it?
Camp Wilson is in the bottom left. You see right there in the middle, that's the range. All right, so that's where they do most of their dropping of like you know, aircraft, like air to ground type of munitions or type of armament. And this is the actual. This is from the FOIA request.
Where did
and
you send
Camp Wilson is in that. I sent it to the media group DM that we had.
It's not there. Fuck me. I don't want to take this much time.
No, like go to the media.
I know. I'm on it right now.
You're there, and there's not two blue maps that got sent.
No, but it got sent to my phone. It's weird. I feel like an idiot right now. Like we're just holding everybody up.
No, man, it's not you, dude. It's X. You know, they're always glitching. Like
because I got them. Okay, I'm gonna. Oh wow, these are actually.
How about
really
I just
good.
share my screen?
Yeah, why don't you do that real quick?
Okay. Yeah, let me do that.
Please, just so we don't have any gaps in.
No, it's cool. No problem. Let me.
But yeah, so Jeremy, if you're watching, I would love to talk to you about this case and about a bunch of other things. And
I want that metadata. We want that metadata.
But that's what I want is the metadata so that we can start correlating whether or not that we have enough time in the videos added up that don't overlap to get near his 7-minute time frame, because that could show us a lot. If we can show that these things stayed in formation for as close to 7 minutes as possible, then I mean, for me, that says something, because like you said,
they would have
been too. Hold on, Arthur. All right, so my wish, if we're doing our Jeremy Corbell genie in the bottle wishes, I just want to party with Balbazar and George Knapp for a weekend.
Hell
Vegas.
yeah,
that's all
dude!
I want. Like, let's go to the Rhino and let's get it done. You know what I'm saying? That's all that I want.
Actually,
and I'm sure that's more fun than all this stuff.
Yeah, I retract my statement. I'm with Grider now. I just want to party with Corbell and George Knapp.
Like George Knapp and Balbazar threw down back in the day, right? I bet they tore Vegas up. I bet it was,
God, yeah.
Going to Desert Blast,
yeah.
like, oh man, I can't even imagine. Oh god, I bet that was glory days. All right, so look in the bottom left, and you see, so in the bottom left, there's like a blue arrow.
So we can see your cursor.
Oh yeah, that's right. So right there is Fob Wilson, and then there's the range, and and then this range is where I'm pretty sure that's this, and then it looks like maybe Sunshine Peak is the same type of, topographical notation. I don't know what you would call that, the map feature or whatever, the lines. It basically annotates where they can drop air to ground ordnance. It's in a specific area because, you have to think when you're dropping air to ground ordnance, you have to worry in flares, which in the year, so the only figure that I was able to find was in the year 2010, they dropped close to 20,000 flares, 20,000 Lu-2, Lu-19 flares over 29 palms. And that's a lot. So that's a lot of potential to start a fire. And so you would think, that's why they keep it controlled in this one area right here, would be my assumption. And then this night they had operations going on, objective A, objective B. I think objective B is possibly where the photo was taken from, and where they had the refueling point set up. I'm pretty sure. And then they had something going on at Blacktop too, right over here. And there's Gaze Pass and Rainbow Canyon. They're really creative with names.
But a lot of people might not understand how big this is. This is the largest by square mileage, largest marine base in the entire world. So they have an enormous amount of space to do their exercises.
But one thing to point out is that this photo right here, this is where it was taken right here. So this is where the other photos. So we got one photo right here, one photographer right here. Then we got the Marines right here, and look where right here is where the flares were dropped over.
No, there's no legend on here. There's no legend. I don't see a legend for this.
I'm telling you what it stands for. It says range right there.
You're telling me without a legend that you know what this map means?
I am. It says range right there. It says range right there. That's range.
They're all ranges. It's a mountain range. I think that means a mountain range. I think that's what
you would think that.
But I did say earlier that Camp Wilson is where you stage before you go to the range. So that would align with what my cousin who was stationed on the base said. So I don't know.
Downrange, like downrange, maybe that's what he meant.
No, I think what he was saying is that this is a massive base and that Camp Wilson is where they stage and get ready. They don't actually launch munitions at Camp Wilson. They go out further into the base to launch their munitions.
Right.
Yeah, right there. They launch it right over the range. Right in the range.
The mountain range. That's a mountain range.
All right. So I think we have a dispute about that.
This isn't a topographical map, though. This is like
I was gonna say there is no
map.
They're all ranges.
Where would the mountain be that we're so in all the videos, I'm sorry, the pictures that we were just seeing, if you could with your cursor, could you show roughly where the mountain is in the picture?
There's mountains look, okay, so
can you side by side this?
Right there you can see mountains.
Can you do a side by side?
See this big ass hill to the left?
Yeah, that's right there. It's where the range is. This is it. Like you can see the beginning of the topographical, thing for a change in elevation right here. Like you can see that beginning right here, and then the range covers it up. You can see, look right there. There's more on the backside. This is the mountain range right here. This is not. They wouldn't like. Is there any other topographical feature that is annotated on this map? Range means range, as in the range where you fire, where you drop like air to ground.
And I'm saying those are all ranges. Those are all a bunch of different ranges.
I'm telling you that would be incorrect. That would be incorrect as far as what the map shows.
Well, as far as the geography, can you actually put both of our things up at the same time? This one as well as mine that I'm sharing. Is that possible?
Look, there's like the city right there is probably the city of 29 Palms, and right here, like the whole point that we brought up this map for is to see the boundary and to see if that photo was taken from the opposite side of the mountain going back towards, and that means that the aircraft would have been flying right along here. I guess would have been flying, and I've got the ADS-B that I can pull up, and I bet we'll see a plane flying right along here. But I've been wrong before. I could be wrong.
We have
there's no way for me to pull both of them up.
It's okay. I think we're in the weeds a little bit here.
Yeah, I think we need to. So that's what I was going to say is I think we need to fly back a little bit and get back to. Let's get off of that. Let's get off of that section. Where do you guys want to go next?
Witnesses.
The witnesses. Okay, so we're gonna be.
No, just meaning like I'll let him drive the conversation. He knows the case better than me,
I respect that, friend. I really do. So where am I going for this?
Look in the media thread, and then you should see right after I posted all the videos 5 witnesses.
Oh yeah, that's right. Okay.
Hey, I gotta throw my taco meat on the oven, so I'll still be listening, but give me like 3 minutes. I won't be speaking back. So if Arthur
Do you
wants
guys
to take
want to?
Get some water. Need some water.
I was gonna say. Do you guys want to take a quick 5? We are 2 hours in.
Yeah, I need to take a quick
Yeah,
5.
I think
Yeah, 'cause
the
I need to
audience.
get my food
I think
started.
the audience would understand if we took a quick 5 minutes at 2 hours.
Okay.
So
We're doing great,
all right,
guys. Everyone.
Yeah, and listen. We have roughly 2,000 people here. Jeremy Corbell shared and gave us all credit for participating in this. So I expect that more people will be chiming in and coming in soon as this develops. So guys, we are in the middle. I don't care how long this goes. It's all for you guys.
We can go on the jellyfish after this. I can go and beat Arthur up on that too. You know, I mean, we both have probably opposing points on it, right? I think it's a helicite. He thinks it's
the
probably,
jellyfish one is
the
really
alien
interesting,
from
though.
ID4 probably.
Well,
it's a helicite.
All right. Well, you know what? I'm gonna have.
We'll have another debate separate.
Yeah, I was gonna say you guys are really fun. So, all right, guys, we'll be right back after these messages. Henry, get your herbals Biomind. Introducing the ultimate cognitive enhancement solution, Biomind. Today's video is exclusively brought to you by our sponsor, Adentia Herbals. Unlock your brain's full potential with a powerful blend of 9 meticulously selected plants and mushrooms, each backed by peer-reviewed research for their cognitive boosting benefits and safety. Adentia Herbals formula combines organic full-spectrum powders and potent standardized extracts, ensuring that you receive the optimal concentration of each ingredient's cognitive enhancing compound, carefully selecting the most desirable parts of each plant and mushroom to create a harmonious blend that supports your mental clarity and focus. But that's not all. They infuse each bottle with personal intention of improving the lives, the minds, and overall greatness of each of their customers. Because of their commitment to your well-being every step of the way, you're going to get an exclusive 25% off your order via www.adentiaherbals.com using our code TOTALDISCLOSURE at checkout. All the links will be in the description or on the screen. Right. So, not sure if Grider's back, but I am back. You're back. So, I think we can pick up where
Yeah.
we left off. Is everybody
So
here?
let's assume Grider's here. I think he's cooking. But let's bring up the 5 witnesses.
Okay. All righty. All right. So, let me get back to it. I should have brought this up during the break. God damn it. I'm such a dumbo. So, where did you put the witness testimony?
And it should be in our media thread.
Yeah,
right after I
event
posted
video,
all the
event
videos.
video, event video, event video. Have you listened to the 5? Okay, here we go.
There we go.
All right, let me just drop this down, add it in. Sorry, guys. Coming back from the break. All right. Now, oh God, now it's gonna make me refind it. This is why there needs to be a better system.
Okay, I'm back.
We'll
Hey,
have a
Ty,
better system.
also, have you mentioned yet that you verified like my credentials and all that I was like in the military and
Yeah, I did see someone question that, and I can say with confidence that I can back you up.
just for the record?
For the record, yes. So can you see this?
No.
Fucking stupid.
What are the facts, man? Like, what base? Which Marine base? And what time was this?
It keeps
2 nights ago, it was roughly like 8:25.
Walk me through it.
We were out in 29 Palms.
Oh, you had it.
I
You
know.
should click on that link. Click on that link. Click on the. That should bring it up.
So I'm a mortarman, and he's artillery. So I'm a
What are the
mortarman.
facts, man? Like, what base? Which?
All right. What the hell? So this is what happens when you stop.
You're doing great, Ty.
And you break the flow. I feel like a goddamn fool right now. All right. So this is the problem. So I gotta share the screen first. Then I gotta bring it into the studio. You guys get to see my Twitter, all my dirty secrets. God damn. All my conversations with my insiders and my how I'm an intelligence agent. That is, I'm an intel agent. I'm a disinfo agent like Rick Doty.
So I'm a mortarman.
Can you hear it?
And he's
Yep.
artillery.
What are the facts, man? Like, what base? Which Marine base? And what time was this?
2 nights ago, it was roughly like 8:25-ish at night. It was near 29 Palms, California.
So I don't know if you're familiar with the base at all, but Camp Wilson is attached to 29 Palms. It's like a one-way road in and out of the camp.
One of my buddies was outside. And he was looking in the sky, and then it just kind of appeared out of nowhere. And we all came out and looked, and then slowly, like 50-plus people started coming out and looking. Those lights appeared out of nowhere.
Obviously, a lot of people saw this. What did people think?
They were just kind of like baffled. Nobody could recognize it. I mean, we're all in the military, so you'd think we'd.
This happened in a number of places. I've got reports from other people. They're coming in. The video you sent me, was that yours?
Yes, that was mine. That was from my iPhone.
And the photo, was that a still photo or pulled from the video?
It was a still photo. If you look in the picture, you can see like a black triangular shape.
Why are these not flares?
Because they stayed there for a solid 10 minutes, just in the same spot.
And flares don't sit in one spot for 10 minutes?
No, they fall.
So you personally know that these were not flares. Do you believe this was a craft?
Yeah, I would have to believe so. With the picture I took with the black triangular shape underneath the lights, it's definitely not any type of like flare or illumination rounds or anything.
I didn't need to.
Can you pause it?
I work with artillery.
See, a lot of these people claiming that they work with artillery just like you do, Grider.
Also,
but Arthur, what were you going to bring up?
Commented, he says that, yes, I think it's a craft based on that photo where you can see something underneath the lights. He clearly said that you could see something underneath the lights, and that's kind of the point that I was making earlier.
He's artillery,
Okay.
but I can confidently say, and it's not arrogance, I can say that I've fired more artillery than that guy has. Without a doubt, I would bet my life on it. I know for a fact that I have, because there's only a small percentage.
You don't know what his record is. You don't know what his record is.
Yeah.
For a fact.
I think that's. I think that. All right, Grider. That's assumption on a whole level.
You guys are making a lot of assumptions.
I understand. Hey, listen.
Too, right?
At my day job. At my day job, I could say I've done this, and I've done it more times than any other person. You know what I mean? I'm not like belittling you. I'm sure you fired as much as you're talking about, but I don't think you could just go out there and just assumingly say that you've 100% without a shadow of a doubt fired more artillery rounds.
If you guys can make assumptions about what these people were thinking and what they were thinking and what they mean, then I guess, what's...
I'm not making any assumptions.
Here, right?
I'm not
know.
making...
Is there an assumption counter we can get going? Maybe somebody in the chat can start keeping track.
Yeah, someone started.
I'm sorry, man. I'm just this is just the way I am.
I listen. I get it. I'm enjoying myself. I get it.
But I just want to preface that I think as we continue on listening to these witnesses, Grider is going to continuously try to undermine their credibility, and I just want people to be mindful of that.
You're wrong, dude. You've been wrong so many.
You just tried to undermine their credibility just now by saying that I guarantee I've done more than this guy.
I'm just saying, I already know what you're going to try to do, Arthur. You're going to try to make me say something bad. You're playing my dedication and my my core value of loving my fellow veterans and all that. You're going to try to play off of that, put me in a hard place, put me in a difficult spot where I have to choose between disrespecting my fellow veterans and telling what I want to tell. And
that's a spot that you put yourself, Grider, because you're the anti. You're saying that these are flares, and the only way that it can be flares is if these witnesses aren't credible.
Yeah, Arthur. Well, we'll see, I guess.
All right. We'll continue.
And we shoot illumination rounds out of our arty guns into the air to illume infantry guys. And this was nothing compared to what that is. This was something none of us had ever seen before. It was a completely different color. The size of the illumination was different. And when we shoot illumination rounds, it's one, you shoot it in the air and let it drop, and then you shoot another one. This was obviously you've seen the picture, this was 5 right next to each other, and they're kind of reddish, and our loom rounds are a yellow-white color.
So this was a craft. Was it hovering, stationary? Was there any sound?
There was absolutely no sound.
No sound, but it was definitely stationary.
How big was it? Estimate to me, how big?
Compared to one of those stealth bombers, the size.
Well, hold on. Stealth bombers can't hover.
Exactly. That's why I can compare it to that, but that's how I know it wasn't that.
I would say the size of 3-bedroom house. I don't know. Maybe bigger.
You said that there were objects that came out and circled it right after, and then it went dark. What do you mean?
So right before they went out, the illumination rounds popped off over top of it. Those 2 orange lights, the actual illumination rounds that went up over top of it, and then after that it disappeared, just straight went black, and then helicopters started hauling ass towards it, and they went in the direction of it, and then they started circling the area,
these helicopters were circling for a good bit afterwards. And there was a convoy as well that went out. It was like a 60-plus truck convoy that we saw go out as well.
We were taking pictures afterwards. It was just straight black. It just disappeared.
What do you think you saw?
I couldn't tell you. I just know it's not anything that I recognized or any of my close friends could recognize either. So I don't think it was anything U.S. military. Definitely some type of UFO, and government was trying to look for it after it disappeared. I'm just trying to figure out what the hell that was.
This is a highly documented event. We just don't know what it is.
Yeah. Like through exercises, we've worked with a lot of people who use different type of weapons. So I've never seen anything like it.
My role was infantry.
And you were there on April 20th, 2021. You were there that night?
Yes.
And you saw it?
Yes. I saw it appear and disappear.
Well, first of all, how many people do you think saw this?
So there's like 15 people in my hooch.
This is witness number 3, and he is the only witness where he says he saw it appear and he saw it disappear. So this is an important witness. Not all of the witnesses saw it appear. They weren't all out there when it first showed up. So some of them are saying that they only saw it for 10 minutes, but this witness 3 says it lasted 30 to 35 minutes, and he's the one that said he actually saw it appear. So that's the point I wanted to make.
He said that he was out there watching it for 35 minutes. That's what he said.
No, go back. Go back and listen to it.
Oh, I studied the transcript, brother. Just like with the jellyfish, Mike Sinkowski, you got to pay attention to what people say, what they're exactly telling you, not what you want to hear. I'm just saying, listen to what
I'll agree with that.
Let's go
I'll
back.
agree with that.
Recording. So let's go back to witness 3.
There's actually, I'm going to pull us out because there's the transcript at the bottom that we're covering. So we can still be heard, but I just want people to see that you can read as it's playing. All right. And we just cracked 2000. Wonderful.
Yes.
And you saw it?
Yes. I saw it appear and disappear.
Pause.
Well, first of all, how many people do you think saw
disappear.
this?
That was the exact quote. Yes, I saw it appear and disappear.
Any rebuttal? No.
I saw it appear and disappear.
Well, first of all, how many people do you think saw this?
So there's like 15 people in my hooch.
To be clear, is a hooch that half moon shaped thing?
So yeah. So
is that what a hooch is?
15. Yeah, so 15 would be like 2 squads. So I guess they're smaller inside than I thought.
Okay.
It's like 15 per hooch. So yeah, you're looking at like a couple of companies in that one area. Is what I would be guessing, because there's like 50 hooches in that one in Camp Wilson.
Right. So that'd be 15, 30, 45.
That was a pure guess, by the way. I'm sure that somebody can find an exact.
No, I understand. I completely. I don't expect you to have those numbers to the T.
There's a bunch of people. There's like 10 hooches on a line with people in it.
So 10 hooches.
10 times 15. Yeah, 10 times 15.
So that right there is
500.
saying that over.
No, it's 150.
Over 100 people saw it. It's okay, math. It's late. So that's approximately 145, 150 people that could potentially have been witness to this. So a lot of people saw it.
So a lot of people saw it.
Oh,
yeah, I heard about 50 witnesses at Camp Wilson alone.
Yeah.
How were you first alerted to the fact it was outside? Like, how did you first see it?
When we were there, we would have like at night we'd have like story time or something just to pass the time, and it just appeared. And then when we saw it, and then everyone started freaking out.
I want to pause it there because here we hear, I should say, that everyone started freaking out. Now, it goes back to the sentiment that I raised earlier in the fact that in some of the other videos, you can hear people, you know, not like chaos. I wouldn't describe it as like, oh my God, alien invasion, like, you know,
Ruckus.
people running around. Yeah, ruckus. I would describe it as flabbergasted.
Freaking out is what I would. That's what I would expect, like a group of like teenagers to describe when like they're like freaking out. Is not a. That's not how soldiers speak. Like, that's not unless they're.
Then why
talking
are
about something like playful, joking around.
Yeah, so why are Marines saying they freaked out?
Freaking out. Like, have you ever heard a grown man say I was freaking out unless they were joking around about? Like, have you ever heard them like, you know?
I
talk
host a
about something scary?
podcast. I host a podcast about aliens. I've heard many grown men say that they've been freaked out. But that's neither here nor there.
Freaking out is like it's there's a difference there.
Right. I get it. But my point being that we go back to this notion that there's a massive response on base. Whether this is a training exercise or not, we're still not there yet. But the massive response, there's lights in the sky, there's flares that are being sent up, aside from the lights in question. And there's witness testimony claiming
it was not a response, though. It was not a response. Like,
according to the witnesses, it was.
Yeah, I guess I'm going on the
schedule
witness
right here in front of me, guys. We can go over it.
Right.
Like,
after this, I want to bring that up.
Being able to because this is going to eliminate all these points. You know,
right.
Yeah, a bunch of fake documents. A bunch of fake documents from the government.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I mean, okay. Well, I mean, whoa, you got me there.
Yeah, we could. That's a dispute for another day.
They were freaking out a little bit, or?
Yeah. So no one knew what it was.
And how long would you suspect that it was there? What's the longest length that it was there?
30 to 35 minutes.
Really?
Boom.
Yeah, it was there for a hot minute.
A lot of people are saying that these are flares.
No, they weren't. Definitely 100% not flares. I think it was a craft. It was weird.
So this was unlike anything you've seen before or since.
Go ahead.
You can't say like you're 100% on something and then say like I think it was. If you're 100% on something, then you know what something is, right? See what I'm saying? It's like,
okay.
I'm not.
No, he
said
it's 100% not flares. Then he says he thinks it was a craft. So he's sure that it wasn't. Yeah. He's sure that it wasn't flares, but he suspects or he thinks that it was a craft.
100% wrong. Like he's wrong. Like the guy's wrong.
Thank you, Arthur.
Like, and also it's like this guy's saying this. When did this guy come out? Because the initial reporting on this incident, it said 10 minutes. That was what it said.
So there was the first episode of Weaponized, just so there's a timeline. There's the first episode of Weaponized, and then a week later, there was the second episode of Weaponized, and that's where 3 more witnesses came out. So you got the first 2 witnesses.
10 minutes to 35.
Because not everyone was there the entire duration of the event. Some people came out of the buildings to see what was going on at a later time.
You know that for a fact.
Do I know that it was for a fact that some people weren't there when it initially appeared?
That what you just said is a factual statement.
What I said is that there were some people, this witness number 3, who says he saw it appear and he saw the whole duration of the event from beginning to end. Other witnesses never made that claim that they saw it appear. And those are the
Right.
witnesses that said it was 10 minutes.
It is a good distinction to be made, Grider, that he is correct when he says that, because oftentimes when someone's trying to pull the wool over your eyes, they'll tack on some fluff to make the story. And that honestly could be happening here to a degree with the witness testimony, you know, when they're relaying it to Corbell about the duration, like 30, 35 minutes, maybe it was more like 20, 25, you know. I'm not saying that this is not subject to that, dramatized storytelling, but there is a distinction to be made when there are many people who have taken video saying, listen, I only saw that thing for 10 minutes, right? It was up there.
I understand.
And then there's another person who says, I watched this thing appear, disappear. It was up there for 35 minutes. This is someone who was clearly engaged and was wanted to see the whole event. There were other people who maybe saw it and disregard, you know, after 10 minutes, we're like, who cares anymore, you know? But so it doesn't seem that would lead me away from a hoax, if you, I guess, in my head. But I'm not saying that the hoax is not still on the table.
I'm not even saying anything about the hoax. I'm saying in 10 minutes I can end this, like, right now. You know, I'm saying, like, we keep talking about the witness testimony, and I mean, looking at these documents can end. I mean, it'll be. I mean, I will be shocked if Arthur has like a legitimate response to, these documents.
We'll get to it. We'll get to
these documents because nobody's talked about these documents. Nobody has actually looked in, as far as I know.
Yeah, you're right.
Maybe they have on Metabunk. But I know John Greenwald hasn't looked at the actual documents of the schedules and like the range, you know, like the amount of ordnance that was expended. Okay, well, did you understand it? What was in the documents?
You know, I haven't.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves, guys. Let's not get ahead of our skis.
Like, I am not going to say anything bad about these Marines. Like, I'm not. I'm just not.
Okay.
All right, let's keep playing.
Understood. But okay, you know what? I won't even go there because it's just going to derail more. You know what? Let's just play through this. I want to get to what you're saying because I do want to bring up the documents. No one's explored it yet, and I do want to bring them up because I do think they're important, because it does show the response from it's the official narrative. And I'd like to explore that. I think that many people didn't explore it, and they did a disservice to the entire thing by not exploring both sides. So that's why we're here tonight. That's why I'm here tonight, is to explore both sides. So, all right, let's continue watching. We'll watch right through. We'll get a couple thoughts, and then we'll bring up those documents.
Oh, yeah. First time seeing something like that. Yeah, it definitely looked like a craft.
Was there any sound?
No sound at all. It was kind of eerie.
And if you had to just guesstimate, can you give me an estimate size?
The mountain was pretty big. It was pretty much like the same length as the top of the mountain. So I'm saying like at least 75 yards. Like almost a little more than half a full field, I would say.
Yeah, I keep hearing that. And you still don't know what it was?
No, but I can speculate that it was definitely a UFO.
Why would you call it a UFO?
It's unidentified.
It wasn't some military object or craft?
No. If it was, the lights would have been blinking and it would have been moving. And it was not doing any of that. The night was pretty crazy.
Why?
There was convoys of vehicles, helicopters. It's nothing you'd really see happen there.
So that was unusual. The response was unusual.
Oh yeah. There was like a convoy that night of vehicles heading that way. It had to be at least like 50 to 70 trucks. It was a huge convoy, and then all night long there's helicopters just flying around everywhere. It was very unusual.
Even though that was part of you're there for training missions, and there's a known training mission going on there at that time, this is still unusual?
Oh yeah, it was definitely very unusual.
The response was unusual.
Pause
Yeah.
it.
What's your interpretation of that response?
Can you pause it? So this is clear. This is important because he asked him, even though there was a known training mission happening at that time, do you still think it was unusual? And he said, yes.
He did.
So that's an important point. He acknowledges that there was a training mission there, but even with that knowledge, he still thinks it's unusual.
The response.
Yes, the response.
The massive response. Now,
Yes.
Grider, is it normal for a base-wide military drill to happen at what time was this? 8:30?
Yeah, around 8:30. 8 o'clock, 8:30.
Is that
When
a
it's
normal
scheduled to
thing?
be. I mean, people train at all hours of the night.
Right. They do.
You know,
They.
they're all
I'm asking you to prop a point up. They do training both at day and night, correct?
Yeah.
Because you have to be ready for both of those scenarios in actual wartime.
I mean, just that. I mean, it's like you only have so many hours in a day, you know, and it's cooler at night. You know, you have to train like at night, especially when you're doing aviation stuff. You know, you
Okay.
have to be able to operate under low light conditions.
Right.
Yeah.
So it's safe to say that training that this if this is flares, it's not unreasonable to say that they were doing a high scale base wide training at that hour.
I know for a fact that they were. I mean, yeah.
Okay.
Like, I
And
know
we'll
for a
get to
fact
the
that they were.
and we'll get to the
Yeah.
documents. Okay. All right.
Hey, and
Just wanted
can
to
you check the private messages, Ty, when you start the video?
Yes.
Thanks.
I think they're probably going to hunt it down or something, see if they could find it. I don't know. It was pretty wild. It definitely wasn't flares.
I was in for 5 years. I'm out now. Right now I'm just going to school and working. I work at an engineering company.
In all of your time in the military, the 5 years, did you have a specialty or anything that you did?
By trade, I was a data systems technician. I worked on all the communications equipment and stuff that the ground guys used. I did that, and I operated it too. For example, you know, the guys running around in the movies with the antennas, and they're always like calling it up. They're the ones communicating with the higher ups and, you know, doing that kind of stuff. Like that's what I did.
You know, April 20th, 2021, about 8:20 p.m. As far as
I just want to talk about his job in the military. He is basically the radio man. So that's a pretty, you have to qualify for something like that. And those are the people that are communicating like artillery strikes. They're talking to the higher ups. So this would be someone who would probably have a little higher status than, you know, basic level soldier.
If you look at,
so you just want.
So I gave you guys two of my commendation letters, two of my letters of commendation. And if you look in there, I was a radio telephone operator. Like that was one of my primary jobs besides ammunition chief. You know, like if you look in the, I think it's the
Did
one
you
that
have
my
to
lieutenant
qualify
did.
for that?
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's qualified training, go to the whole 9 yards.
Yeah, so it's an
If you look at
added
my
level of
commendation letter,
training.
it says that. I mean, yeah, absolutely. Like everybody is specialized. But you know, I did everything else, you know, and I even went out with the infantry when they needed somebody. I mean, that's in the commendation letter too. But yeah, so I mean, like I understand fully but like you're not gonna have your radio going when you're chilling at night. Like in your
No,
niche.
no. All I was making that as a radio man, that is kind of a point of pride from many soldiers, because it's kind of saying that you're a responsible person and you're
Every
capable
soldier
of
is
communicating.
proud of what they do. Like we're all proud of like every soldier is proud no matter what they're doing, from the cooks to the to the SEALs or
Well,
to the force
yeah,
recon.
I guess
Like
my
everybody's
only
proud.
point is that it's a respected position.
I mean, every
Radio
position
man.
is respected as far as I'm concerned. Like everybody is as valuable
Well,
as the next person.
yeah. Okay,
It's a
we can move
crucial.
on. Yeah,
It's a
everybody's
yeah.
important. Every single
It's a
like every
cog
single
in it's
soldier
a
is
cog
important
in the
as the
wheel.
next.
but
Yeah,
my
I mean, if one person
point
doesn't do
is
their
that
job, then
it requires you have to demonstrate
A
a
higher
level of
IQ?
competence and
no,
responsibility.
like I didn't have
You
a
have to
higher IQ than.
I was just asking. Like, would you have to have scored at a different level on your ASVAB to
No.
enter into radio communications?
No, I mean it's like that's just like that's
Okay.
not a specific MOS. That's like a within like your job classification, which I think these guys are probably 0311s or 0311s, which are like normal infantry. Well, not normal. I mean, they're the Marine infantry, but within that job classification, you have like different specialities. Like you have a heavy machine gunner, you have a driver. It's like you have different jobs, but it's not its own job. Like you don't go to like a 2-month long like school like after basic for it. It's like everybody is specialized training. Like each soldier receives specialized training once they get to their unit in whatever job they fulfill within the that unit. It's the best way I can explain it. I'm sorry if I can't explain it better, but
No,
thank you.
I think you did very well there.
Okay, let's keep going.
All right, let's keep going.
That's what I did.
April 20th, 2021, about 8:20 p.m. As far as this event, walk me through it.
We were out in 29 Palms. If I recall correctly, I was one of the first people I walked outside, and I was like, "What the fuck is that? That looks weird." And then I was like, "Dude," that's when I poked my head inside, and I was like, "Hey guys, there's like some weird stuff in the sky. You guys should come check this out." And then that's when everyone came outside. And then like in one of the pictures I sent you, you can see just rows of like those cans that we were sleeping in, just rows of people coming out and like looking up into the sky.
I've heard different timelines of like how long it was there in the sky. Can you tell me for how long you saw it in the sky?
I was outside for at least 10, 15 minutes. I know that I wasn't outside like the whole time.
Did you see when they shot flares up and they had those lumen flares?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, there's one of the pictures I sent you. There's flares in the sky with the lights behind it.
One of the kids, he goes, you could see a shape, he said, about it not just being lights, but seeing like the shape of a body of a craft. Did you see that?
Yeah. They were stagnant. They weren't moving. They were very in place. That's what was so weird to us, is that it was just kind of just like there.
Did they drop like flares? Did they descend like flares, or did it stay and hover in place?
No, not at all. That's not what these lights were doing. The lights were pretty stagnant in the sky and not moving anywhere.
Size, if you had to guess.
It was a big object. Whatever it was, it had some mass to it. It wasn't just, some freaking small unmanned thing flying in the sky. I mean, with the distance and stuff, it could have been as big as a freaking football field, honestly.
Was this like something you've ever seen before?
No.
Were those
as a Lance Corporal at 29 Palms at Camp Wilson?
Without knowing any of the
Pause it.
hubbub in the media
What's a
right
Lance
now
Corporal?
that's going on.
A Lance Corporal is Grader, you want to take this one?
I'm having to look it up right now. It's hold on.
Well, it's
equivalent to a private first class. So
equivalent
it's like,
to, yes.
So
it's
what
not
is it?
unenlisted.
It's a Marine Corps
it's
position.
Not a non-commissioned. Well, yeah, but it's not a
an enlisted
non-commissioned officer.
person.
It's like,
is it you know how that's E1, E2, E3? What
E3.
number?
So it's not
I believe.
It's
So
an
he's
E3.
E3.
It's not a non-commissioned officer. It's below a corporal, which is considered a non-commissioned officer, I guess, in the Marine Corps. I mean, an E4 would be considered, just a specialist in the Army. It wouldn't be considered a non-commissioned officer. And then it looks like E5 is sergeant, same as the Army. So it goes
third
private first class, and then lance corporal, E3, corporal, E4, and then sergeant, E5. Yeah.
So
They're
he
a lot
wasn't a
different in the Marine
sergeant.
Corps.
He wasn't a sergeant, but I mean, he had been promoted at least twice at this point.
Yeah, but I mean, those are automatic promotions. Not saying anything about the guy. Just those are automatic with time and
I just wanted to
service.
get clarity. So he's an E3. He's an E3.
But in the Marine Corps, they do have like a different structure. They have a different culture where I think a Lance Corporal and E3, it's like they have power over the E2s and the E1s. I think that's how they do it, to kind of like
Very
build
much
more
so.
stronger non-commissioned officer corps from like the beginning. They start giving responsibility earlier. Whereas the Army, if you're an E3, you're nobody.
Right.
I think it's kind of cool.
Because in the Marine Corps, just above private first class and below corporal, it's the most commonly held rank in the Marine Corps. And it's the highest one that you can hold as a Marine without being, like he said, an NCO, a non-commissioned officer. So, just to add some context
That's
there.
cool. Yeah, that's the most common. Heck, that's like low paid too. That's kind of depressing. That's the most common because like in the Army, once you reach E4, they call it like sham specialists. Where once you get to E4, like I've known guys, that were E4 for 10 years. It's like E4s seems to be like the rank where you get to and you just kind of like you can kind of tread water at for years and years. But I guess their most common is E3 because of that. They make it where it's earlier the adoption of like responsibility, which I think is cool. That builds better leaders.
Okay, that's all I wanted to find out was what Lance Corporal was. Thank you.
You know what night?
At Camp Wilson.
Without knowing any of the hubbub in the media right now that's going on, you know what night I'm referring to, right?
Yes, sir, I did.
And 2021, 20th of April, you were there.
Yes, I was.
You know exactly what I'm asking about, don't you?
I know the exact date because I remember when the helicopters started taking off and they were flying jets all over the base all sporadically shortly after all that happened.
Okay. And is that your voice in the video that says you can see a shape?
Yes, sir. I already know which video y'all are talking about. We all ran outside seeing what it was. At first, of course, we all thought it was flares, but flares don't stay up in the air that long. They were in like a triangular shape. And they were just holding that pattern for a long time. You could kind of see an outline of something, but we weren't sure what it was. It just looked like something I've never seen. It was very odd.
Why?
Well, when a flare gets shot up, I mean, it leaves a trail, and it's also being parachuted, so it doesn't sit in the same spot for a very long period of time, and the light dims down. That light was there for a very long time.
How long?
I can't remember precisely how long it was.
Like approximate, was it 5 minutes? Was it an hour?
I remember we were all out there probably for about a good 30 minutes looking at it.
Pause it.
Which, like I said, which makes no sense to me if it would be a flare because a flare is continuously falling.
Well, that was another reference to 30 minutes.
So that is
So we
our
were out there for 30
second.
minutes, so, right? Like, can you go back and play that and we see exactly?
No.
what he
Look at
said?
the quote. Look at the quote.
Yes,
Look at the quote.
We can play it. So everything in purple is or I'm a little colorblind. It's purple or blue. Anything that isn't that is Jeremy. Anything in white or gray is the Marine.
Light was there for a very long time.
How long?
I can't remember precisely how long it was.
So he says, I don't know how long it was there.
Like approximate, was it 5 minutes? Was it an hour?
I remember we were all out there probably for about a good 30 minutes looking at it.
He distinguishes that he was looking at it for 30 minutes. So, again, there could be some fluff.
I think
I'm
you
sure
know,
that
the guys.
I'm sure they hit a stopwatch, you know, and time the event. Actually, I wish someone would have, because that would have been really cool. And
or taking a
really
video
cool.
longer than 36 seconds. That would have been nice, you know.
Yes, I agree.
The reason that the
It's like I
videos
said.
were short, just hold on. The reason the videos were short, according to the witnesses, is because they were switching between taking low light photos and taking videos. That's the
All
explanation
15
for
of
why
the
they were
people that
shorter.
we saw with cell phones in that picture earlier were all switching.
Well,
Like,
I
all the
hope we
photos
get more
we saw,
video.
They were all constantly switching between. I'm saying, like, I don't know.
That's
I
just the
searched on
explanation that
Facebook.
was given. That was the
Yeah,
explanation
like I
given.
searched on Facebook trying to find any, you know, public photos from, you know, people that were there, you know, and I guess, you know, they have their profiles locked down or something because I couldn't find any, you know, back in the day,
Yeah,
a decade ago,
I'm
people
kind
didn't
of
have their Facebooks locked down like that. You could find photos, you know. Nowadays, you can't find anything unless you know somebody, unless you're friends with them.
right.
Which makes no sense to me if it would be a flare because the flare is continuously falling. You'll see that smoke. There's a parachute attached to them, so they slow down while they fall. And you couldn't see a parachute on them, even if they were zoomed in. They weren't moving. It wasn't even burning like a burning kind of light, because a flare's combustion.
I have a video where afterwards these loom flares go up and they look very different, like they're falling and they're.
Yeah, it's drastically different from what we saw.
You're adamant that these were not flares.
Yes, sir.
And is it because of the proximity to you, the color of them, not seeing descent, not seeing smoke? Why are these not flares?
The smoke, descent, like I said, the flare's of combustion light, so it's kind of flickering the entire time. And then those lights weren't flickering; those were like just bright, just there. They were like perfect little orbs in a triangle.
You're saying that with normal flares that I assume you've seen a lot of in your military career, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So this doesn't look like any flare that you've ever seen?
I have not seen a flare like that in my military career. It looks like it was illuminated from a bulb or some other source.
Pause it.
What was the color that you kind of saw compared to like loom flares or something? Was it different in color?
I just want to, that's an important point that he was making, is that they weren't flickering and they weren't like a burning from a flare.
To him.
What?
Yeah, because he was farther away from them. Like when you're farther away, they don't look like they're flickering. At least that's my experience. That's what my experience is personally. Farther away, you don't notice the flickering. It's just, I mean, I can't explain it. It's just the way it is. And then when you're closer, you can see more of the flickering. Or if it's a really powerful flare, you can see the flickering. But IR flares are not very powerful in the visible spectrum. They're not going to be flickering.
They're invisible on the visible spectrum. That's what IR flares are. They're invisible.
No, they're not.
According to the manufacturer, that is my direct source.
I mean, you're not even you're not even quoting the manufacturer correctly, because it said nearly invisible, so that's not entirely invisible. You're leaving out a word there. Words,
virtually invisible to the naked eye.
Yeah, well, that's incorrect.
Well, we can bring it up later.
I look forward to it.
We can't hear you, Ty.
I said we don't have to get hung up on that just right now.
Let's finish this off.
We're hung up on it, dog. We're hung up on it, man. We're like caught, like a.
I guess we are deep in it.
We're hung up.
This is probably the longest show I've done in a long time.
I mean, we can go on and anytime Arthur wants to concede, or right? Is it concede or?
I love it. No concede.
I've not seen a flare like that in my military career.
I mean, I'm here.
It looks like it was illuminated fight.
Remember this guy, and I just want to point this out, that he said he is out of the Marine Corps now. I know it's once and always a Marine, but he is not an active Marine at this point. Whether he did 4 years or not, we don't I don't know. But so in his whole military career, he did not see anything like that. That's his testimony, at
anecdotal.
least to Jeremy.
That's anecdotal, you know. It doesn't
Yeah,
really mean a whole lot.
I would agree.
From a bulb or some other source.
What was the color that you kind of saw compared to like loom flares or something? Was it different in color?
I mean, we have some flares. We have red flares, but that was like a reddish orange color. Those lights were with like a hint of yellow around it. We don't have flares that are like that color. Like the red flares are like a blood red color, but very bright.
And if you had to approximate the size, what would the size of what you're seeing? How big was that?
For it to be that pronounced from that distance, I mean, it had to be pretty large.
So a lot of people are saying, well, that's just a normal training exercise. Aren't there always training exercises on that base?
Yes, sir. Before any big deployment, a Marine infantry unit will train on that base.
Let me ask you this. I was told that right after there was a pretty massive response, 65-ton vehicles, Humvees, helicopters that went to like 11:30 at night. Were you witness to that as well?
Yes, sir, I was.
Do you think that was in direct response to what you saw?
I believe so.
What do you think they were doing?
I think they were just surveying and maybe trying to keep anything away from us, seeing what's out there.
Ridiculous.
And the same thing, they had jets fired up, and they were going full blast in that direction.
Oh, zoom.
Do you think it was a craft?
Honestly, sir, I do. It looked like it was observing. It just sat there and just watched us. That's what it felt like.
Can you just explain that to me so I understand?
Well, like in our line of work, if we were going to do recon on our enemy or something, we would take a high vantage point where we could see a base and we would plan it out. After like a while of now it's just even more we know it wasn't players because we talked about it a lot that night. It just felt like if it was something not from here, that's what they were doing.
Yeah, because an attack followed right after.
How does that make you feel?
Kind of, I don't know how to explain.
Sorry, were you guys saying something?
Oh, nothing. I was giving color commentary. I'm sorry.
He was trying to discredit the witnesses as they were talking.
I mean, he discredits himself.
I think this guy sounds very sincere.
Yeah, I mean, confirmation bias. It's a hell of a drug,
I'm not saying that is a testament to his credibility or anything like that, but he sounds like he's a very humble person. Sir, yes, sir. Even when speaking to someone like Jeremy. I will just say this. The evidence that we've seen to date, right? To date, as in this episode, kind of has leaned, I would say, more if you were to bring it into a court case, I think there's enough to say that something's going on. Or something weird happened.
Spent
but
2.5 hours talking about the witness testimony and not got any of mine. Like I've got 10 minutes.
Exactly.
I could lay this down.
Exactly. So that's what I wanted to make clear.
Saying.
Is it very much seems right now, 3 hours in, that we have had a long, arduous battle about the videos and the witness testimony. But that is the main evidence. I would say that is the main evidence to the case. Now, what the response was from the DOD and the spokesperson of the DOD and all that, yes, we're just going in a linear way. And you're right. We haven't got to the meat of your evidence. So I want to make sure we have like literally 1 minute left. So let's just play.
I feel like I've known about it. And it's just like, I felt like we've just been getting lied to for a long time about it. And now that I saw that, it kind of just, confirmed it for me. At least to myself, it did.
So it confirmed it, at least to himself. Now, he doesn't sound like he cares what anyone thinks. Now, whether that means anything to anybody is a different story. So, Arthur, thank you for supplying, and thank you, Jeremy, and everyone who was able to put together all of that. For now, I do want to give a chance for Grider to pull up some of the documents that show or say that this was a training exercise.
Well, first, I mean, because actually my dinner just is done. So, Arthur, do you have anything else you do you want to go into the Susan Go thing or anything like that? I'll let you have carte blanche while I eat.
Sure.
I'm choking.
Well, why don't you share my
die out by the I may get so angry I'll choke on my taco and that'll be it, man. You'll win. Who knows?
Why don't you share my screen there? All right, so these are my main arguments that I want Grider to respond to. So number one, 2 military witnesses said that the 5-light formation lasted 30 minutes, and there's no known flare that lasts even close to that long. So that was something that they kept saying over and over again, that it was lasting too long. Flares don't last that long. 30 minutes is a really long time.
I think we've been over this, so haven't we? Haven't we gone over this already? Do you think?
Well, okay, so going on to number two. The military witnesses in the videos could not identify what they were seeing, even though they were trained with the use of flares. So the witnesses on the ground there that night who are trained in the use of flares, you could hear it in their immediate response that they could not identify what they were seeing. And I wanted to get Grider's explanation for that eventually.
Okay.
Number three, the 5-light formation remained mostly stationary and did not descend according to the witnesses, showing positive lift, which is one of the 5 observables. So you could hear the witnesses say over and over again that they weren't falling, they were just kind of hovering and staying in the same location. Number four,
low visibility is also I think we talked about it in the podcast. That low visibility is also part of that.
Yes.
I don't really like that Lou included low observability, because I think that's kind of like, yeah.
Well, it can mean a lot of things. It could be disappearing from radar. It could be stealth technology. It's just something that's causing it to have low visibility. And it could be, cloaking. It could be shifting into another dimension. We don't really know. But the witnesses did say that it just vanished. It didn't fly away in some direction or,
And in the
ahead.
camera at one point, it disappears.
Yes. Yes.
I mean, it could have been Tinkerbell taking them to Never Never Land too. We're talking about all possibilities here, right? Just saying. Just saying. It could be
I like that one.
Right?
I like that one.
It's so hard to argue against, when it's there's so many when all those cloaking and all that. How am I even supposed to answer? How am I supposed to answer to that? It's a great move, by the way, but I have no answer for that. How could I possibly answer something that's theoretical?
Well, that's not one of my points here. So number four, the 5-light formation didn't randomly drift apart, but stayed in a formation, like that V formation. This behavior is inconsistent with parachute flares, which are chaotically drift in the wind. So we have at least a 36-second clip. I think that's the longest clip we have. And if you compare a 36-second clip of flares, you'll see them moving and drifting in different directions. Well, this didn't do that at all. So 5, according to my analysis of the FOIA photos, there's strong evidence of fraud. So that's something I'm going to have to get into the details with. That's pretty technical, but we can go there. But essentially, I have uncovered what I am claiming is evidence of fraud and evidence of a pre-bunking operation by the DoD and Aero. Number 6.
Hold on. So you're like a whistleblower is what you're saying. That's my speciality. All right. We're gonna take it. Hey, actually, I'm kind of want to go to your side now. I kind of want to back you up now.
Yeah. Number 6.
Gotta laugh, all right?
There's no way that within 24 hours of weaponized publishing this story that Susan Go, who is infamous, would have time to conduct an investigation, get statements from 29 base range control, and issue a statement for John Greenwald to publish denying that this was a UAP event. You're not going to both collect data and then get approved to publish it to the public within 24 hours. Nothing like that moves that fast in the government. I did work in the government, so nothing moves that fast. She seemed like she had
like Susan is nagging you. If like you're like a military colonel or whatever, and Susan Go is like nagging you on the phone for an entire morning, you don't think you would expedite things to get her to,
Why would it be a priority? Why would this be a priority for the military?
Oh, Ocean, what's up? All right. I can't. Oh God, why you, dude? Like Beauty and the Beast. Oh my gosh.
She is quite. Yeah.
She's a nice girl.
Okay.
Be nice. Be nice. Be nice.
Yeah.
Dude,
I have a girlfriend. She's very beautiful woman.
Hi, Ocean. I know her.
She's super sweet. Yeah. Super nice.
Very nice.
All right, so let's get back, and then you bring on Artisan Tony. Like after that's like Beauty and the Beast right there. Oh my gosh.
Artisan Tony, you're wrong about these flares. About these being flares. Okay, so number 7.
Debating me.
Yeah. Number 7, according to a military witness, the color of the five light formation was not consistent with the flares they'd been exposed to in their service. So they described what they witnessed as reddish orange is what they witnessed of the five light formation, and he's saying they don't have reddish orange flares.
Wait. I'm sorry. What? I thought the reddish orange flares were the ones that we know.
I have like 70 videos ready to go, or I've got them tiled out on my screen, ready to go.
I don't mean to.
Colors.
No, this is just if we go back to the witnesses, one of them was describing the colors and talking about the colors of
right. I thought the orange and yellow were
flares, orange flares, white flares, purple flares, blue flares. There's all different types of flares, all different colors.
He says usually they're yellow white. That is the typical color of a flare. Is yellow white. And these were reddish orange.
Amber. Yeah, they're amber if they're a loom, but when they're infrared is more of a white color, and it's extremely faint.
No, infrared is red. It's very dark red. If you're going to see the visible part of
actually, infrared is more purple than anything. If you like, but infrared, no, exactly. It shows up as it's like a very faint, like white, but it's really purple. But
I mean, I have an infrared flashlight. I know what infrared looks. What the
Well, I guess I get
All right. Anyway.
Finishing off number 7, the lights didn't flicker like a typical chemical flare burns. So those are my 7 points. Sorry. Those are my 7 points. And Grider, I would honestly like to see you respond in writing to each one of these. I'd appreciate that. But if you want to respond to any of these right now, go ahead.
We just spent 2.5 hours going over the witness testimony, and I'm going to address that. And
yeah,
I mean, I think that I've already addressed most of those points. Like, don't you think, Ty? That
I think he
that's
has.
What we've been talking about for the past couple of hours, with the exception of maybe the pre-bunking thing we can talk about, but like that, and then the Susan Go thing. I mean,
pre-bunking.
No, like, how can I possibly know how why Susan Go got that done so fast? I would think maybe because it was easy, because it was obvious what the event was, what was going on.
What was easy?
I mean, easy. I'm about to show you. Just give me a second to gather my thoughts. Hold on.
Right, and I do want to.
Give me a minute and a half to get my screen set up. Hold on.
Okay. And what I think he's trying to go with here is that I think he's right. So number one, 2 military witnesses said the 5 light formation lasted 30 minutes. No known flare lasts even close to that long. He agrees that flares don't. He is saying that we don't have the actual information or data to suggest, other than the witness testimony, that this event took place for that long. The military witnesses in the video could not identify what they were seeing, even though they are trained with the use of flares. Even though they were trained with the use of flares that are shot from what, like he said, from terrain. He said that he even didn't work with the ones. These are Marines, so they're not the Air Force. So these would be different people
Now,
dropping.
the Marines have their own,
They do.
airplanes.
They do. They do. So I mean, I guess it could have been them. That is possible. But so then what do we have? The 5 light formation. This is mine. The 5 light formation remained mostly stationary and did not descend, according to witnesses, showing positive lift. In all the videos that we see, all the pictures that we see a mostly, you could draw a line through them, and no matter what video, it seems that they're at the same distance from each other. And you can't, I'm so pissed that Jeremy didn't ask about altitude, because that would help us in this sense. But the videos never show wavering like flares would. At least in my the videos that we've seen of other flares, they seem like they kind of they don't stay in formation for longer than a couple seconds at most. So how did these in a 36-second video stay in such a hard formation? Is this some sort of advanced technology? Were they training and deploying advanced new technology? That could be also something that we haven't taken into consideration. Who knows? So I was just kind of bantering, waiting for him to gather his
makes
thoughts.
sense.
Like, could this be some sort of DARPA test of new Illuma rounds? I guess it's safe to say so. But the 5 Marines that came forward, their testimony says otherwise. Says that this thing, from their eyes, looked to have structure. And that it was not flares. It seemed like each one of them wanted to make that very clear.
Yes, they were emphatic about that.
Very.
And they didn't drift apart. That's another important thing. That, I mean, they seem to stay in a cluster. You don't see them like going, laterally as they drift. If you watch videos of flares, they kind of float all around in all different directions. They don't stay in a tight cluster like that for 30 seconds, not even for 30 seconds, let alone 30 minutes.
Well, this is an interesting video. I don't know where Grider is, but I'm just gonna play it because I'm like, I don't know if this is flares, but I'd love to hear him talk about it.
Yeah,
Because
hey,
if it is,
Ty, because I'm still setting up the documents to where I can easily just, where this can be quick. But can you go to the
hold on,
media
is this
thread, please?
are these flares?
I don't know what you're looking at right now.
Oh.
If you go to the media thread, I set up a compilation, a side-by-side compilation. If you can go to, go to number 17, and if you can just play that, and if you can change the speed to half speed, because I put it on 2 times speed. So yeah, if you can change it to half speed, and then that'll play at normal speed, and that'll be 2 minutes worth of flares dropping. That's 4 different, 4 different verified flare incidents. And then by the time that's done, so just change it to half speed.
Yep, got it. I just changed it over, so I just wanted to make sure that it was full screen. because it plays like
So explain
automatically,
to
so I
me
just
what
have
we're
to
looking
stop.
at. Are these 4 separate incidents?
Those
Or
are
are they all the
all
same?
flare videos. Those are all verified flare videos that I found on the
Okay.
internet. So
Okay, but it's 4 different locations, 4 different events, correct?
4 different videos. Guaranteed
Okay.
flares, 100%.
Okay, so that middle one is staying in formation.
It seemed like the left one cut out and came back. I can see him falling pretty clearly. And I also
I don't
see
know
the flickering.
the second one over. The second one over does make a good case. It does look very similar.
You could make the argument that something could last 5-7 minutes long, but not 10 to 30 minutes.
You see this one right here, right?
There's no 30-minute video though.
I do.
You see this one? This one
I do.
looks
That is something
pretty
to note
close.
too. Is beware of anybody that's. Yeah, hey, can you turn the
Holy
sound
shit,
down?
did
That
you
was
take-
like it was. Yeah, that was capturing my set. Like I was talking in a space
I was
during that
you
time.
just
I'm
said-
sorry.
You just
I should
sounded
have
like
won that.
you were in half speed.
Oh yeah, because it's half speed. Because like I was speaking at half speed, but in the I mean, because I was speaking at full speed in the spaces, but the videos were at double speed, so I wouldn't have
Yeah.
to spend so much time, recording them. Okay, all right. So I'm ready whenever you guys are. I mean, just after the video gets done, let me know.
Oh.
It's like John Greenwald unblocked me and is starting to talk smack back at me.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
Something to note too is just beware of anybody that's kind of using turn those
that
types
sound
of
down?
like turn that sound down. Turn that sound off, please.
Why is
Because I was
Oh.
talking in a space while I was recording this with OBS.
Oh, okay. I was like, I was so confused at what I was hearing. Because I thought that whole time that was you. Like, talking now. I guess that would have been before. You probably did say something. This one over here interests me too. Because those two are staying pretty steady. But these ones right here, the smoke
Also,
trails.
that's probably the speed. Yeah, I mean, and then if you look also, if you go to the very, very first post that I've got, that one is a picture collage, and then also I've got a video of like an actual Osprey, dropping Lu-2 IR flares. That's number 6 and number 5. It's one of the two. I think it's number 6. And then yeah.
And
then I'll be
I
ready.
can
in
add a
See
little
the third
something.
video? You see the third video right now?
Yeah.
This one? The one right here, I'm circling it. It's zooming into it right now. At one point, all those 3 looked like one big giant ball of light. Do you think that could be something similar to what we saw on the monocular, or the picture he brought up earlier, where it was just kind of one big solid ball of light? Because if I take this
Seems
back,
like some of these are looping.
right?
I could be wrong, but it seems like
See
some
right
of them
here?
are-
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, they're at different
You're right.
times. It's like there's 4 videos that like they're at different lengths. I just have them looping because it was the easiest way to get all 4 of them.
See this one? See this one right here?
Yeah.
Could that
I see it.
the picture you brought up earlier of the night vision goggle? Someone put their iPhone up to it,
Yeah.
and it
all
just
bled
looks like a
into
big
one
ball
thing.
of light.
Yeah.
Yeah, it all bled into one thing. Well, it looks like that's what's happening here as well.
Yeah, I think you're probably right.
So it's just interesting to see. But that is I'll say, you
That's some
Grider
strong evidence. I'll give it to
is
Grider.
strong. It is strong. Many of those look very, very similar to being able to hold their position. However, again, how long are those videos? If you loop them, are those 20-second videos as well? 10-second
No, I mean,
videos
those
as
were,
well?
I mean, they were all varying lengths. You know,
Okay.
the longest one was 2 minutes. Yeah, because that's what I
2
did. Is I
minutes?
just did them half. Yeah, because I did them half. So like the longest one would have actually no, that's not correct because I didn't do
Right.
it the long. I mean, I don't know. Like you should be able to tell when it loops. When it goes back on itself, right?
Yeah. Okay, that doesn't matter. But
Okay.
so
Okay.
but that you know what? I'm gonna point Grider because you did show that a
I mean, I've
formation
got more
can
if
be
like those didn't
achieved.
convince you.
Yeah. Well, what I was looking for specifically is a formation being achievable, such as the one that we're seeing in the 29 Palms.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, I've got yeah, like absolutely. Go to actually, I tagged you. Wait, hold on. Go to my Twitter. Go to my Twitter, and it's let's see. Let's see. Go to my profile. Go to media, and then look at where is it? Okay, look at 109. It's okay on the far left column down below. Down. It's right there where the monetized, and it's yeah. Just keep going. Keep going. Keep going, keep going. It'll be on the left hand. Keep going. Keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going, go. Right there. 109. Click that. Up. 109 right there. Yeah. Watch this. Now this is artillery. Keep in mind.
This is a range lat spread.
1256, Sharon.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and
Huh.
Light up the battlefield.
Huh. No smoke. Well, no visible smoke.
I can
now
see
you
smoke.
Can start to see it. I can start to see it
All
now
right,
when
and
he's
then I'll
zooming
show
in.
you some that are dropped by aircraft. All right,
Wait,
so
hold
go down.
on. Now
All right.
we can see smoke
What?
though. It's pretty obvious.
Oh, barely.
So
yeah, barely see smoke.
once
See
he started
goes?
like
Yeah, but I mean, that's
once
still...
he started zooming, but you have to take into consideration that the videos that we were seeing in 29 Palms.
Dude, that's the Phoenix Pyramid right there, man. Or the it's like the
Phoenix
Let's
Lights.
come up with
You
like
think
a
that's the
like a
Phoenix
good
Lights?
name, all right?
Do you think that? Let me ask you a
No,
question.
that's the Phoenix
Do you
Pyramid.
think?
No, like we're coming up with our own name. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, gotcha.
We can get paid, dog. We can get paid, man. Like,
do you think the Phoenix Lights was a real event or no?
I don't know. I don't want to get into that right now. I don't know.
Okay.
I've seen pictures where it looks like something like I saw in basic, and then I've seen pictures where it looks like flares, and I don't know. All right, so go down, and then this will be one where it's aircraft flares that are dropped. They look exactly alike. They're IR, or these may be IR flares. All right, go down, and this was at Nellis, the red flag incident. So go down until keep going, and keep going, and a little bit more until you get to like the nuke. All right, up, and then above the nuke, one row. Keep going.
Oh, above the nuke.
One row above the nuke, all the way to the right. 205. 205 down. Yeah, there you go, right there. Now this is a really interesting one. This was at Nellis Range back in 2012.
Damn, this is in 2012?
Yeah, and just wait, like, and you'll see the sparking that we see in the video for 29 Palms in this video, and it's chaff. You see the sparking? That's chaff.
What's the
Now,
function
what
of
is chaff?
You can speed the playback speed up a little bit because it's kind of a slow video.
Pause it for a
Chaff
second.
is like
what's the function of chaff?
No, don't pause it. Don't pause it. Chaff is like countermeasures for air to like keep the to like as like a decoy. Chaff is to confuse like radar, like to confuse a missile if it's trying to lock onto you, which flares do that too. But chaff is something different. Chaff is
chaff
also
is
they
for
use
radar.
chaff to like cloud seed. Well, I mean, the whole point is that they
chaff
do
is
deploy it,
usually it's usually like aluminum foil or like pieces of aluminum.
Yeah, that's what's being deployed. That's what those sparks are.
Why would the aluminum foil be sparking?
Now, these are quick deploying, of course. I mean, it's probably the deployment. The deployment is pyrotechnic of the chaff being deployed. It's like, I mean, it's not just like let out of the deployment too. I mean, I don't know.
So
I just know that's what I read.
Are you saying that's what all those flashes
Yeah,
are?
that's what all those. Yeah, that's chaff.
I think those are
Yeah.
running lights from the aircraft.
I don't know about that.
All right.
It seems
I
like
guess
there
we're
was
ready to
too
get
many
into
of.
it.
I think there's too many of
Yeah,
the
but-
flashes for them to be aircraft.
I mean, I think it was chaff, and that's what somebody who I trust, like that I don't know personally, but somebody that commented in a forum that I'm a part
Ready?
of.
So zoom
They
in.
said it was chaff. I trust them.
1, 2, 3, 4. I don't know.
Why would they be launching
Yeah,
chaff?
there's one. Because that's when you train, you launch chaff too, because they want to train, learn how to deploy chaff. I guess they want to chaff it up. I mean, I have no idea.
They're just chaffing it up there.
I mean, how much? Yeah, chaffing it up. All right. So here is thank you, John Greenwald. This is the FOIA documents from the FOIA request. I forgot what the name of this collection of documents is, but I think range. Maybe it's like the Marine Air something control, whatever. It's the schedule for what they were doing. This is 20th, the 20th of April 2021. Right here, we've got I highlighted. That's my highlight going down the middle. I also added these annotations of terms that I myself did not know until I looked it up. Right here, 20. This is it. This is military time. This highlighted area is what I, about from 20 to 2030. So from 8 to 8:30. Right here, we've got an air delivered ground refueling going on. At the same time, we've got the ending of a forward arming and refueling point going on. And that's where they coordinate, they create like a ground refueling station out, and then like that way helicopters and, tilt rotor craft can land and have a safe place to refuel. DAS has to do with like OP4, which is like OP4 aircraft, which I'll show later on. FARP right here is that's the fuel. That's the same thing. Yeah. Forward arming and refueling point. Then you've got the objectives. So it's like they were training on objectives. So like there were two different objectives, objective A and objective B. I think they were listed on the map. And then you can see right here, they've got like two different units. I can't tell exactly which unit it was that was, training on these objectives, but I can tell that right here, CAS, that's close air support. So there was close air support that they were coordinating with in the bounding down, in the mission that, of taking these objectives, I would assume. But CAS was involved, and then right here, DAS is like defensive air. It's like the OP4. And then right here is another ADGR. And then you've got the beginning of HAR, which is helicopter air-to-air refueling, and tilt rotor air-to-air refueling, which the tilt rotor, that would be done with like a KC-130 or a KC-10 is my understanding. And then if we go over here, we can, We can see exactly. So this is 16th. If we go down to the 20th right here, we can see everything that is up. Oh, I had nice little collages made. I'll show it after this. So right here, you've got, so the STOS is the start time on station. ETOS is end time on station. So basically, this is the time that they're operating in, and that's 7:30 to 11:30. And then if you look, that's a KC-10 right here, KC-135. These are like big, like tanker type aircraft. Think like a C-130, which C-130s are also involved in this. Then you've got an AV 8B, which is like a what is that? I forgot what that is. Damn it. This right here, an RQ-21A, is like a drone. It's like a hand deployed, or maybe a ground launch. It's like a small drone system, a small UAS, unmanned aerial system, that's deployed from the ground by, like, platoon size units. And I think they had 2 of them that were operating. And you see right there, AREC, that's area reconnaissance. But that was already, never mind. I'm sorry. That was already off station at 1600. As was the, okay, so the AV-88, I forgot what that is. The E3, I mean, this is an E3 is like a doomsday plane. It's like an airborne command and control center. That was operational during this time. That's kind of, it is absolutely a it's absolutely
it's an AWACS. It's a radar plane.
Hawkeye is. No, it's not. No, it's not. Would you get out of my briefing? All right. Gosh, Arthur. God, you get like a penalty flag or something, And then KC-130 doing the refueling right there around this time. And then I mean, I know this is painful for you, all right, but don't worry, it'll all be over soon, all right. All right, so here we go. We've got here's the OP4. It's the MI-24. That's a Hind that was operating during this time period. Actually, take that back. It was not. Off station in 1900. Damn, I got to get with it. Okay, so all of these were operating during this time, and they were launching. Okay, yeah, it looks like all of them. Well, right here, all of them up to here. So we've got 4 F-22s, 2 F-15s, 2 F-16s, 4 F-16s, another 4 F-16s, 3 EA-18Gs, and 4 F-35s that were all launching within an hour of the flares being seen. And they were doing OCA, which is offensive counter air. And then if you look down here, is defensive counter air, DCA. So DCA was launching after this, but they were obviously getting, prepared to, do simulated dogfights, simulated air-to-air operations. And then we go down. There's some more. Now we get into the helicopters. That was the 16th. So just count how many. I mean, look at that. Look at all these. I mean, we had, what is this? At least, over 20. Over 20 different aircraft that were on station over 29 Palms during that time. So you're telling me that they didn't notice anything? Come on now. And then helicopters that were on station around that time. Here we go. No, 19th, 20th, right here, 20th April. Got an AH-1Z, which, gosh, I had these all, like I had a collage. Hold on, let me get a collage. Can y'all commentate real quick while I get this set up?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
So Nick says that the official narrative is looking strong on this one. AWACS, he repeats, but
it wasn't an AWAC.
But I know I was just bringing up comments. So what I will say is that the document that you're showing is constituting a massive response, right? Is it okay? And just hear
it's
me
out. It's not a response, though. It's a pre-planned training exercise.
Right. What you're describing is exactly what the Marines said they saw, but in a different context. This being training, them saying it was a response to the lights. Again, I just can't see a situation where they wouldn't have known about something this elaborate, especially when you were going to have choppers and jets flying around at low altitudes. No, I don't. I wasn't in the military.
Yeah,
I wasn't.
I mean, I can't.
I wasn't in the
agree with you.
military. I just. I
All right,
find it a
so
real
I take that back.
stretch.
An E3. Okay, so an E3 is an AWAC. My bad. Yeah, it's that's an AWAC. I don't know why.
Okay.
I think it's an E3B. I don't know. All right, it doesn't matter. It's irrelevant. You know, I'll give you that one, Arthur. And then down here is like the OP4. You know, like the red team is what they call it. You know, that's like contractor companies that are flying in opposition. Right here, you got like the F1, the Arrow L159. Yeah, these are all opposition. You got the Hind doing opposition, and then you've got the KC-10, KC-10, KC-135. These are all air-to-air refueling aircraft. You had a Harrier. Okay, so that's what the AV-8B was. It was a Harrier. You got an RQ. Okay, so this is the unmanned aerial system. It's the Blackjack RQ-21, and then the Sentry, of course, the F-35, E-8. Okay, so that's a EA-18G Growler. Never really heard of that before. Then you had the F-16. Excuse me. F-22, and then the OP4. And then over here, you had these were all the helicopters that were operating that I'm about to go over the numbers. You had, of course, the Little Birds. These are like AH-6s. Then they have like the MH-6. These are like, think Black Hawk Down, you know, that type of helicopter. And then,
Okay.
yeah, so the Viper, it looks like a Cobra to me. Venom looks like a kick-ass Huey. Okay, yeah, so that is a Huey, basically. And then the Osprey, which is going to be the one that deployed flares. And I'll prove that in a minute. Okay, so, oh, come on.
But again, I want to just say, so this is a massive, from your perspective, this is a massive
I mean, there's no perspective.
training
I mean,
exercise. From
massive,
the documents that you're going
3 times
from.
as big as any of the other days. Yeah, I mean, look at the day before. Okay, so this was the 19th. These were all the helicopters that were airborne on the 19th for training. Now look at the 20th. Look at that. 3 times as many. 3 times as, I mean, more than 3 times.
Now,
yeah, this is massive.
And I only bring this up to play devil's advocate, but we know that the government isn't exactly forthcoming.
I know.
When
I know.
it
This
comes,
could all be fake. I know. It could all be. It's about our defense.
And I'm not trying to be that guy, but is it a stretch or a crazy idea that the same government that signed off on things like MK Ultra, Project
No, it's not
Stargate,
crazy.
to say that they would basically change the context of what happened into a training scenario to allow this case to go in and out of the news cycle and have no credibility.
Anything's possible.
Possible.
Like,
Right.
I mean, come on, man. Like, what? Come on now.
I know. I just
like,
wanted to ask.
I'm a
Just wanted to
conspiracy
ask.
theorist too, but like, I gotta put my foot down sometimes. This is like, I mean, of
Understood.
course, anything's possible. Sure, anything's possible. But like, I mean, how am I supposed to argue against that? You know, like,
No,
I mean, come on. You know, it's like.
Well,
it's
I can provide
it's a
evidence
great
that
move,
backs
you know? I mean,
that
like,
up.
would you just let me stick the knife in and just get this over with? You know, it's like I know. Like, come on, just let me. I promise it will be over soon, Arthur. All right. But anything's possible. But like,
Okay.
what's
Okay.
I mean, like,
Now that we get
this
that
all
out
could
of the
be
way.
faked. Yeah, sure.
Now that we got that out of the way, proceed.
What do you like? How would you how would we go about this then? Like, how would we prove that that was the case without Like,
We
how would we
couldn't.
even begin to prove that that was the case?
I can do that. That's part of my presentation.
Oh.
Well, I don't want to disrupt anything that he still has to say or anything he still wants to present
No,
from the
like I'm cool. Like I'm
FOIA
cool. I'm sorry.
documents.
I just got caught up in the moment. Like,
I
let's
think
talk
it's
about
okay,
it.
but I
Like,
think it's okay.
seriously.
I think it's okay that you being a military person, that you are more inclined to not side, but to have faith, that patriotism,
Not at
that
all. The opposite.
nationalism. Okay, interesting.
I mean, I got
All
lied
right.
to. Like, I got lied to. Okay, like I joined in 2007, right before the surge. Like, I thought I was going over there to fight for puppy dogs and Arthur's
Freedom.
right to buy, Kohl's
Yeah.
clearance rack shirts and like, apple pie. And like, I thought I was going over there to like fight for freedom. And there was no freedom we were over there doing like ruining. We, like, I participated in like it's just not good, man. It's like, it's just not good. Like what we did over there as a country, we destroyed a country. We destroyed generations. We killed over 1 million Iraqis. I mean, not directly, but like if it wasn't for us, like so much pain has been caused by like our imperialism. So like, if you don't think, like, I am very well aware of like what I participated in, but that's why like you won't hear me, you know, say that like I believe in, like us in our foreign policy, but I'll back up a veteran any day, because we're it's really easy to get caught up, like, I mean, we had the flag waving, like parents, I mean, everybody back then, was thinking that we were doing the right thing by going over to Afghanistan. Like, I thought that I
I know.
was literally like
I know.
Luke Skywalker. And, now I think, I mean, I was a stormtrooper, but
Right.
what can I do? It's like, what? Yeah. So I absolutely do not trust our government. I mean, you got Operation Northwoods. You've got, WMDs. I mean, I don't know how Dick Cheney is still walking around a free man. Bush, he should be in jail too. Rumsfeld, all of them. I think half of our government should be locked up, getting freaking waterboarded in Guantanamo by Elizondo, or, just all of them, are remote viewed. I guess, like, can you remote view waterboard somebody? I mean, I don't know how that would work, but I'm sure Elizondo, maybe it's in the book. I don't know. I mean, I'm just saying, man.
Oh God, that
Blue
was a
Crew
good
got that
one.
power. Is what I've heard. I don't know. I mean, I'm not down for the.
Yeah,
I'm
I've
not repping
I've heard it too.
Arthur is, so he's
I've,
got a tattoo that says Blue Crew.
Blue
His
Crew.
bicep. He does, man. He's Blue Crew
All
for
right,
life.
Blue Crew for life. Yeah. I listen. Lou Alzado, shout out to him, man. Yeah, do you, boo.
I respect you. Please don't send the hate group after me.
Yeah, that's where I'm at.
Oh gosh, we're getting hacked. You see that?
What?
Jose, can you see?
So let's go back to some of the points that Arthur wanted to make. So you wanted to tell us about some of your research and how you think that this could be.
Wait, hold on, no, hold on, no. Like,
did
wait,
you want to finish
like,
up?
I mean, I wasn't finished with the.
Okay, all right, finish.
Yeah, I mean, this is.
Sorry, God.
Yeah, I mean, I was just getting to the good part.
Yeah, okay.
So, here's all the helicopters that were operating that night, and then if you look. All right, so I mean, everybody's already seen all this, so let's go on and. Okay, so here we go. So here's 20th April. Here's all the helicopters. So AH-1Z, we already went over that. AH-6, the AH-1Zs, I don't think they were operational. Okay, yeah, so they were. So 1600 to 01. So we had 3, 4, 5, 9 that were operational. Then 10, 11, and then 15. So that's already 15 helicopters. And look what, so we got 2.75 inch IR looms. Those aren't, well, I mean, those are some type of illumination. I assume chaff or, some type of countermeasure flares. But keep going down. So 16, 17, 18. and then we got 19, and look right there, 8 Lu 9, excuse me, 8 Lu 19 flares, 24 Lu 2s. It was an Osprey that was operating from 1600 4 p.m. to 1 a.m. and yeah, so 15, 16, 18, 19, and then 06, so 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, and 26, 27, 28, and then 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36. So 36 helicopters were operating in 29 Palms between 4 p.m. and 1 a.m. And I'm going to show you where these 8 Lu 19 flares are in the expenditure. They were, they were used. The thing is, like, when you go out to a range, when you're training in the military, you don't leave flares. Like, you don't leave, flares. You don't come back from the range with any rounds. Like, 'cause then you have to account for them. You have to do paperwork. Like, the officers don't want it. You have to sit around and wait for all the, like, it's just a pain in the ass for everybody. You expend all rounds when you go to a range. Typically, that's my experience. I don't know if it's different in aviation, but it doesn't matter because I can show you where these 8 Lu 19 flares were expended that night, and that's gonna be the last thing that I'll get. So, okay, so what we say, 36, right? Something helicopters, and then we got the KC-130J, and then we've got another 2 AV-8Bs, so another 2 Harriers that I didn't account for, and then oh, here's some F-818s I didn't account for either. More KC-130Js operating. I mean, this is ridiculous. This is like, oh, and 4 more F-35Bs that I didn't account for. Like, I mean, yeah, it's everybody but, I mean, it's everything but the kitchen sink that they had up like over 29 Palms, training right now. It's so, I mean, I just don't know.
Okay, so this would
It's
account for
and then
the Marines saying or being able to say that there is a massive response.
there
That's
wasn't a
that's
response
where
though. I mean, there was smoke
right.
all day. I
You're
mean, like,
I know. You're reading into it. I'm saying that
yeah.
this is what gave them the grounds to say that in their witness testimony. Because there was an actual drill and training happening. That's what allowed them to say there were jets, there were helicopters. Is that what you're saying? I know you don't want to bash them.
Like, I'm
You're not going to bash you. Listen,
that's not even bashing them. That would be like,
you're not going to say they're lying, but do you think that they were uninformed of what was happening? They saw a training exercise happen and didn't know what it was and simply reported it that way.
I have no idea. I mean, I don't know. I don't
Okay.
know.
Okay. All right.
I mean,
All right.
I just don't know. Like, I wish that we would have got one of them. Like, I tried sending them a couple of the accounts on Reddit, and I got one fake guy that that replied to me that got my hopes up. Turned out just to be a troll, but
well, maybe this will bring some of them out of the waterworks, especially with Jeremy retweeting it and sending his wishes out, and maybe we can all get to talk to the actual witnesses and dissect.
I would love
some
that.
of their some of their stories, because I think that's the goal, is to some metadata to put all of the pieces together. Because at the end of the day, I don't think that Arthur would be, if the proof is right there in front of him, I don't think Arthur would I don't think he would continue to say it was a UAP. Just like if you were shown undeniable evidence, I don't think you would say that it was a training exercise. I think you are both steadfast in your views of what happened that night, and that is very much healthy. This is what we need in the community, is more people willing to have this conversation when you don't agree. I like this. Somewhere along the lines, the story has been distorted. Someone is lying or misleading. Whether they're knowingly doing that or unknowingly doing that, someone is doing it. Now, I don't know
Susan
where to
Go.
go there.
Susan Go is the one who's lying.
Grider, what would you say to that?
Yeah, man, let's blame things on Susan Go. Yeah, there we go.
Well, the UFO community
Everybody can,
does
dislike
hate her.
Susan Go, right?
Yeah. Well, she is,
Her and
again,
Kirkpatrick, right? Yeah, let's just blame it on them.
we do have to remember that they are just spokespeople for the DOD, but they do, like I said, they're the ones that make the phone calls. They're the ones who represent. They are the face of these organizations. So, Grider, they do have to be held to a certain accountability. You understand that? Just like you, for what they put out, for what they stand behind. Yeah. So if Susan Go comes out and says this is a training exercise, she better damn well know it was a training exercise. And I don't think she can do that in under 24 hours. Or I don't know if she could. I can't say, again, I'm supposed to be the neutral one. I don't understand how she does that in 24 hours. But again, you've been on the inside. You've both been on the inside of government. I just, from my experience, doesn't work that quickly. Especially to people like John Greenwald of the Black Vault, who have knowingly and overtly been at odds with the government over the FOIA requests. John's done a great job.
By the way.
Yeah,
John is the man.
huge shout out.
He is
Huge
the
shout
hero.
out.
John,
Very
hit me
much.
up in the DMs, man. I love you. All right.
Yeah, I connect you with them. But
yeah, I mean, I would party with John
so
Greenwald.
what-
Yeah, get down with some FOIA. Arthur, you're smiling over there. Finally, it's okay.
why-
man.
He's my nemesis, other than
Why do you
McWest.
think he was so
Oh, I didn't know
quick?
that. Oh, that makes him even more enticing to be a friend.
So why do you think
I'm sorry. I know.
they were so quick to dismiss this case when the Phoenix Lights, almost the same exact scenario unfolds? Not the same exact, but a very similar scenario unfolds. The government and the narrative that is put out to the people via press conference, Governor Fife Symington and his aide come out. They make a mockery of the situation. They say it was training, it was flares. They try to demonstrate to the public of Phoenix that it was flares by trying to recreate the Phoenix Lights, which they did 1 or 2 times, and both times were unsuccessful.
Here's the
There's
thing.
so many
Phoenix
similarities
Lights
in the
was
case.
30 years ago, though. I mean, it was 30 years ago. Like, we're never gonna find the truth out. So, like, I don't even like. I've thought so
I
much
do
about
agree.
Phoenix Lights, and like I said,
agree.
I've seen I've seen some photos where it looked like what I saw fly over my head in basic, and then I've seen some photos where it looked like flares. I've seen some photos where I didn't know what it looked like, a long line of like lights, of like orbs. I mean, I don't know. Who knows? Yeah, I mean, Tony, I wasn't gonna like, I mean, it seemed like overkill at this point.
Is this true?
And
I
that's
don't
been
think this is
widely
true
reported,
that
but it's not true.
Tony, no, Tony.
Jeremy did not come out later and admit they were flares. That's a total lie, arson, Tony.
He did.
I was gonna say, why would he be?
I'm gonna come to Tony's defense, although I would love nothing more than to come to the offense, for Tony and join in. But, let me, no, seriously, Tony.
I know
he's not very nice to me. Okay, so let me, I'll screen share. Hold on, let me pull up the article, and you can make your own interpretation. Arthur and I, we have a disagreement about the English language. I've found, but he's more educated than me, so like I don't know. It's probably me. Hold on.
Hey, I like a man who can admit it.
And I think since Jeremy retweeted us, I don't know if this whole thing of him thinking it was total
Yeah, that
flares
would make
makes sense.
especially
I
when
mean, it's
the
called press,
rumors.
guys. Like, what's wrong with people? Like, there's nothing wrong
Well, there,
with like us doing what we've done tonight. You know,
no,
even if
no,
we
no,
all, it's
absolutely
like
not.
working a case is working a case. You know.
Absolutely.
Yep. There we go. Is that my screen? Okay. Heck. All right. Yeah. So here we go. It's the Liberation Times. Don't really know what. I mean, I don't know. And it's quoting
It's
the
like the
Black
Daily
Vault
Mail.
down here, and then here we
Well,
go.
you
If one
go
of you guys
way
wants
too
to read
quick.
it, I know. I'm sorry. I'm always in a hurry. Okay. There we
Can
go.
you read it out loud? Just briefly.
Okay. Yeah. 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 I mean, I was
I
gonna
just
try to eat
can't
some chicken.
see.
All right. I am very happy that. Okay. Here we go. Here's the preface. All right. Jeremy Corbell, uh, who has been seeking explanations and gathering additional testimonies since initially publishing footage and testimonies from the Marines that night, welcomed the new evidence. He believes it may provide some answers to the Marines, who were not giving any explanation by senior personnel at the time. Corbell told the Liberation Times, quote, "I am very happy that new information has emerged, which may help provide answers that the eyewitnesses have been searching for. Similar to any unsolved investigation, be it concerning UAP or otherwise, it is an ongoing process wherein one can anticipate the unveiling of new information, leading us closer to comprehensive answers. That is precisely why we made the decision to share this case with the public and actively pursue additional information to crack it wide open. At first glance, the lights did appear to show a craft, but the newfound information appears highly compelling, pointing towards flares as the most plausible explanation. However, just like the U.S. government's own investigation into UAPs, it is imperative for us to meticulously scrutinize the evidence and arrive at a definitive conclusion before relegating UAP to a non-UAP status. We are now duty-bound to undertake our own verification of the presented data, ensuring rigorous validation before categorizing this as a solved case. Our honorable service members deserve nothing less." I don't know. You tell me. You tell me what that sounds like.
Okay.
He says it's not solved. He said it. He has. If it hasn't been solved, then it's still an open case, and he's asking us to do additional research on it.
Yeah, I think I think that quote was taken very, very, very liberally, and I don't know.
I mean, most
No further.
plausible.
I'm
just saying.
Yeah, I just that to me didn't sound like he was saying case solved. It was flares. He's just saying that he's glad that people are doing more, acting on it, asking for more information, getting more information to try to piece this all together. That's what I got from it. Not that, well, flares seems to be Occam's razor. Boom, done. That's not, I mean, that's whatever. We can move on.
Yeah, I do not think that
so
he
like
quote unquote admitted that it was flares, which is what a lot of people in this community are saying. Didn't Corbell admit that these were flares? No,
Yeah, I got that comment a million times today. So what is this?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. So this is just like the representation of what, granted, what I saw in basic was a little bit bigger, but
oh, cool.
Yeah, just something to kind of like, I don't know, because I've been, I feel like I've been debunking like this entire time. Just like add some balance or something. I mean, I feel
Yeah,
like,
let's banter out.
off balance. Like I don't like this. Like I don't
Let's
like, oh no, like I don't want to retell it. Like I don't want to retell it because it takes like 30 minutes. But I don't know. What's
So
your
you were
favorite
in
sighting,
basic.
Ty?
My favorite sighting is my own.
Yeah. Okay, can you tell yours and then I'll tell mine. Just I'm dying to finish my tacos, finish my dinner real quick.
Yeah.
Like, do you have time to tell yours?
Yeah, you should have timed it better. You should have ate your tacos pre-show. Just saying.
Well, I mean, I was almost choking, when Arthur was finishing. I was,
Yeah,
choking
2,600 people.
I do have some more stuff to present.
Almost
Well, I mean,
2,700 people that want to hear what you have to say.
I think it's that's like views, so it's not like I don't think it's 2,700 at the same time.
No, it's live
Right?
stream gives me an
Oh, it is?
accurate count of how many people are watching at one moment.
Oh, wow, that's crazy. Okay, well, I
Yeah,
mean, I
but
guess, yeah, I mean, you tell your story? Or
yeah, I
Arthur, you
sent
wanna
you guys the
present your,
picture. No, okay, I'll tell you what happened to me. So I was in my front yard and I had stayed home from school that day. And we had a very very steep roof. And when you threw a tennis ball up it, it would roll back down and it would bounce off the gutter. Sometimes it'd go in the gutter if you were really if you it would happen every once in a while. But I was doing this because no one else was home from school. And I was about 11 or 12 at the time, maybe 11 or 12. So I was waiting for the other kids to get home from school. I'm 30. This is 20 some odd years ago. I'm 31. So no internet, come home when the lights come on kind of deal. And I'm waiting for the bus to come so I can, meet up with the friends. But I'm sitting out there and I'm playing alone. And I'm throwing the ball, it pops off the gutter a couple times, and I'm mid-throw. So I'm looking directly up, right? And I release the ball in a circular craft with 3 protrusions that were circular, that if you were to draw a line to each of them would make a triangle, typical gunmetal gray flying saucer, oscillating, moving at a slow pace, treetop level. If there were rivets on this thing, I would have been able to see the serial number. But there were no rivets. This thing was it looked like it was 3D printed, not to quote Bob Lazar. But it was oscillating and it moved right over my house. I chased it out back. By the time I got out back, it was gone. I went to the line. So here's the funny thing. I remember everything, but I don't remember the next 24 hours. But I do remember my next memory is me desperately yelling and screaming, not yelling and screaming, but begging and begging to go to the library and that's where I came across Communion, some other books. One of the books, I believe it was, I don't remember what book it was, damn near showed the craft I saw. And it was that day that I found out the world wasn't black and white. There's so much more gray. And I think that's what we have to take out of today's conversation is no matter what, we are taught, Arthur and Grider, from a very young age that the world is black and white. What I can feel and touch, that's real, right? This same community is willing to believe in gods, demons, angels, right? All these kinds of things. But UFOs aren't real, right? Cryptids aren't real, right? All of that subject matter is taboo. And if you even talk about it, you're crazy, right? I don't know. Didn't sit well for me. So I was always that kid in school growing up who would just question my history teachers, question my science teachers. Was I loved? No. I later had another experience when my mother passed away, and I was in the room with her when she passed away. And essentially, I saw her, from what I think, leave the room. She was alive one moment, and I was talking to her. My cell phone rang. It was in my pocket. It started vibrating. I looked down, made that split-second decision. Don't even fucking look at this thing. Don't pull it out of your pocket. But in that split second that I looked down and looked up, something crossed my field of vision. Perfect orb. And it was like it was distorting light around it. And it looked like if you looked down along a highway, that like heat wave, it was like dispersion blur, but it was an orb and it went out the window. I looked back, my mother was gone.
Dude, that's
So
very,
those,
very similar to a friend of mine in the community that had that exact same experience when his mom passed away. Like almost exact. Like, dude, there's got to be something there, right?
right. So this is my notion is that, I mean, I know what you're defending here. I understand where you're coming from, what your background is, and where, not maybe what your motivations are, but I understand you and I
Oh
understand
my gosh, this
Arthur.
is gonna be. Oh, okay. I thought you were about to accuse me of being a Fed. I was about to say
No,
this is gonna be such a
and I,
horrible ending.
no, and I understand Arthur. I am just saying that we need to be able to have more conversations like this and toe that line that there might be some deception and some gray that we're not privy to.
Maybe it
So,
is. Maybe it is a UFO. Who knows?
right. And all I want to do is walk away tonight and say, even if we agree to disagree, all of us, that the community is better when we have these types of discussions. Agreed?
100%. It was great.
Agreed.
All right.
Yeah, I had a lot of fun. Sorry if
yeah.
I get a bit excited at times. I'm sorry if I aggravated either of you. I
No,
tend to
you actually
think I'm
absolutely
being
didn't
funny.
aggravate me.
So it's
But
hilarious, as usual. I know I'm charming.
But Arthur, I want to give you a couple minutes for closing because I know you didn't get that time. So close me out. I want to hear this is right before we go, right before we play we'll end it with Grider's experience, what he saw, and but I want to talk to you about why do you think this is a cover up? What is the evidence to you that suggests that there might be a cover up?
Well, the first clue there was a cover up that I saw was the day that it happened. I did some research on the Wayback Machine, and I found out that video that Mick West was kind of using a lot wasn't showing up on the Wayback Machine. So that was just a kind of a clue. I wasn't really proof. That's kind of what rose my antennas up to the possibility that this could be a cover up. And then subsequently, I've done analysis of the FOIA documents and photos and compared the metadata from the FOIA photos to the metadata of the iPhone photos and found inconsistencies that are, I think, suggestive of fraud. And I've also have various other arguments that are more technical, and I think I would need a separate episodes to go through all of that. But suffice to say, I do have that research posted on my Twitter, so anyone can go and check that out themselves. And I also have my own YouTube channel, so you can check that research out that I put on there too. So it's Truth Coalition. That's my YouTube. So I would encourage people to check out that too.
All right, and I do right now have both of their Twitter links in the description below, but I'll add the YouTube. Grider, if you have a YouTube, I'll happily put that in there as well.
I don't have one worth mentioning.
Okay.
Okay, so
let's
mine,
play.
so like how I got into the community. All right, so just to give a quick minute and a half. All right, so I joined Twitter to advertise because I thought I was going to be like the next Bob Lazar. I thought that I was seeing like UFOs on the ISS live feed. So I started watching the ISS live feed, recording it, and then watching it like one day a week, watching an entire week's worth of footage, like at 16 times speed, just like crazy, like 7 monitors, just like scanning for what I thought was UFOs, these orbs, what I thought was like, these bright, orange orbs that look like class rings almost, or like championship belts. And yeah, so like I thought that I was seeing them. I thought NASA was giving us disclosure by not editing out the live feed, not censoring it, and yada yada yada. So I made my own channel. It's the ISS live feed UAP archive. Now it's called like what? Well, I'll give you a link to it, but it's pretty funny. So I was doing like music video compilations, thinking, and it turns out it was just the moon. Yeah, it was just the moon that I was seeing. It was definitely the moon. So, oh well,
Isn't that a bummer?
so, yeah, people probably don't want to go to, but if you want to be my 9th subscriber, I think 3 of them are probably my own, like, like my own shill accounts. I think probably. I'm just joking, but I think yeah, it's pathetic. So
Doors
anyways,
always welcome on total disclosure for you, buddy.
yeah, but you
Both
know
of
what
you.
was cool? Thank you, thank you. But you know what was cool is like I actually a Twitter user named Alien Network. He has like I think it's UFO Network. He's a cool guy, and he's the one who like kind of mentioned he's like, "Hey, is that because I was posting videos and I had like 2 subscribers or like 2 followers, couldn't get any traction, and he was the only one that was giving me any engagement." And he's like, "Man, is that the moon?" And I'm like, "No, of course it's not the moon." And then like a couple days later I was like, "Damn, that's probably the moon." And sure enough it was. Don't be afraid of debunking yourself, the sooner that you can start being right is the sooner you can stop being wrong. That's the way I looked at it. But
No, you're
it was
absolutely
painful.
right.
It was painful because I spent a lot of it. Like I've watched more ISS live feed than I care to admit. It's I wish I had that time back, to be honest. But
Right.
all right. So all
So
right, yeah.
this is
So
what you saw?
yeah. That's
Is this a
it was a lot
video?
bigger. No, this is like an AI, Photoshop,
Oh, okay, okay, okay.
crap image that I made. Yeah, it's like
So you
it's not
actually
anything
saw a
professional.
triangular craft.
So in basic training, I went to basic training in Fort Sill, Oklahoma. The mountains are not there are no mountains, but basically this is what it looks like. Just kind of like, kind of flat, kind of rolling hills. And I went in the summer of '07, in June and July. It was the end of May and then June and July, and then graduated at the end of July. And 2007 it was like extremely rainy, crappy. I mean, it was like flooding the entire time, so I didn't really have a basic. Like my basic got flooded out. So our last night, we were on our way back from the field after being out there, for like 3 weeks, no shower. uh it just dirty as can be, tired, ready to get on, to our job school, which was on Fort Sill too, at the artillery school there. It They call it AIT, advanced something. Hell, I forgot what the name of it is, but I forgot what it stands for, but it's like your advanced training school to where you learn how to be an artilleryman. And so this is our last night of basic. As far as our last night, like out in the field training. On our way back in, it's like 3 a.m. I'm in the back of the column, uh, and we're on. So there's 2 columns, and then we only had one drill sergeant. Normally, basic training, you have more than one drill sergeant, sometimes up to 3. But we actually had a guy who was from the reserves. So like he was an Army Reserve drill sergeant, and that's how short staffed they were. It was right around that time when Iraq was kind of getting really bad and the surge was happening, and they were short staffed. So we had, our single drill sergeant Wrights, and he was at the front of formation, kind of how it looks right there, and marching back. And I'm one of the last people in the formation, and like I see something out of the corner of my eye, and you know, I'm just tired. I mean, I'm daydreaming about whatever, and all of a sudden, like I feel like maybe there's something big, and I kind of look over, and it's like a black triangle, massive. It's about the size of like a Major League Baseball infield, and it had the 3 lights and a single light in the middle. The light may have been orange, but I think it was red. It was like reddish orange. And it just kind of like rotated. It was moving super slow, 35 feet over my head. No sense of air coming off of it, propulsion or anything like that. It just kind of rotated, like panned, or I've used the term wafted, like it kind of wafted. I don't know. It stayed flat, but it just kind of rotated like over the back of the formation, and then just it was gone. And it was the weirdest thing. I mean, it was really, really weird. But it's we were in basic, so like when we got back in, of course we didn't say anything then. We didn't have any cameras on us. We were in basic training, and when we got back into the barracks, it was 5 a.m. We were showering and going to sleep, and about 10 of us saw it. 10 that I'm aware of, actually saw, actually noticed it, but the rest of the other 100 something guys didn't even notice it. And I mean, this thing was it was massive. It was the biggest craft that I have ever. It's like the biggest aircraft that I've ever seen outside. That's not like a plane. I mean, it was just oh, I mean, it was freaking huge. But it was super quiet, no sound. I didn't feel any effects of like any radiation or anything, how people talk about. That's something people ask about, if any of us have had any type of medical effects from it. Not that I know of. And yeah, creepy. Like the more that I think back on it, the more creeped out that I get. But at the time, we just, the 10 of us, kind of said something, like, "Hey, did you see that?" "Yeah, I saw that," and that was it. And then we just went on to went on to AIT and, mentioned it a couple of times, but, never really thought about it. And until, I never really thought about it again after my AIT until, a couple of years ago when it kind of came back into my mind. And I was thinking like, yeah, that was pretty significant. Um, yeah, I think I thought about it again because I saw like a TR3B patent. Like I saw that patent that's passed around the community. I wasn't in the community at the time, but I saw it on the internet, and I was like, oh, that's what I saw. That's exactly what I
Right.
saw.
Next gen,
And
stealth, Lockheed, something like that.
the thing is like there isn't any Air Force that I know of on Fort Sill, but they do have a massive balloon hangar. That's what it was used for, but it's a massive. It's one of the biggest buildings that I've ever seen on a military base, and it's like a old. I mean, that's what it was used for, was a balloon hangar. And I remember like when we would be marching in and out from the field, always kind of looking at it and just feeling like, wow, like I wonder what's in there. I mean, massive building. I haven't been able to find it on Google Earth. I mean, like I tried looking for it. Maybe they tore it down or
Hmm.
something. Um, I could go back and look at the
Or
historical
maybe they
imagery, but
just
the
put a
bottom line is,
black rectangle on it.
I mean, the bottom line is that also like I'm not the only one that, and like me and my 9 friends are not the only ones that have that saw it. There's other soldiers that have reported on like the National UFO Reporting Center website. Other people that live in Fort Sill and the surrounding city of Lawton, um, who have seen the black triangle.
Right.
And
I've talked to a lot of people that
yeah,
have seen something similar, and you said it made no noise.
none. And like the way that it moved, the only video that I've ever seen that made me think of it is one that I am pretty sure is fake, but it's the one where it's like the black triangle video that Tom DeLonge was like talking
Shared
about a
on
while back.
Rogan.
The
Yeah.
one that like went into warp speed or whatever. The way that it wafts, like the way that it kind of rotates there towards the end before it kind of settles and goes into warp speed, that's exactly what it looked like. But and then of course like it kind of, how you have seen some TR3B videos where it's like you're kind of looking up at it and it's like the blinding light. That's how it kind of,
Mhm.
as it passed over me, I just remember that's what it felt like. But I don't know. I mean, if you were going to train, like, the Mick West inside of me says, well, if like you were gonna, uh, test out a piece of equipment like that or train, have pilots train on it, wouldn't you use it, on a base that had basic training soldiers, guys that didn't have cameras, no phones, weren't going anywhere for a while? Wouldn't you that would be the ideal
Huh.
environment, right? But also, there's something that just didn't strike me as like, I don't know. There's just something really, really creepy about it, and yeah,
Let me ask you
really
one thing.
unsettling. Yeah.
Do you think that our military, whether it's our military, the public military, or some sort of fucking, like the late Senator Daniel Inouye talked about, shadow government, their military. Do you think that they could, that they would conduct tests against our facilities because we are the best of the best, quote unquote, that they would test to see the reaction of our soldiers, our Marines, our Air Force?
Yeah, absolutely. And like, I mean,
Okay.
they've done tests like Operation Big Buzz where Like they've gone a step further where like, the Tuskegee Airmen experiments or Operation Big Buzz where they dropped like 1 million mosquitoes like over San Francisco. Our government
Yeah.
doesn't give a shit about us. Like they don't give a shit about us. They don't. They don't care about anybody. They don't care about soldiers. They don't care about the president. Like they don't it's like whatever that force is, driving, by the deep state or whatever you want to call it, whatever that, that dark force is, man, it's like it doesn't give a shit about us. It doesn't care about anybody. Soldiers, like we're
Interesting.
expendable.
Yeah.
Expendable, man. Never, hey,
Uh,
stay in school if there's any kids out there. Like don't join the military unless you really have to, like go and
uh,
become a tradesman or something. I do not recommend military service nowadays. It's
lowest numbers in I think of all time for enlisting. So huge problem there. Guys, we are 4 hours and 16 minutes in. I want to give the floor to Arthur for a second. Shout out everything you're doing, everything that's coming up. I know that you and I had talked about doing a part 2. And I think this was really fun. And I think that there's room for more of this type of interaction. Let's
do the jellyfish, guys, because like I've done a
let
lot of research on that. I've done a lot, and I'm not. I say it's a helicite, but I'm not sure. We could get
right.
together and
And
see what we find out.
it's an interesting case. I will say that. I will say that. I will say that. I even am on the line with that one, and I'm like, I don't know. Like I just don't know. I don't know. But Grider, thank you. Arthur, plug your what's going on?
Yeah, so I got a YouTube channel, Truth Coalition, and I'm on Twitter. And I would just say this case is important because it's a mass sighting at a military installation with active duty witnesses. That makes it a class of its own. And I really encourage the community to take a second look at this case. Maybe we can get some more witnesses to come forward. Maybe we can get some more video to come out, and not to just instantly dismiss it with a low amount of information because of like Mick West or something that you saw. I just want to thank you, Ty, and I want to thank you, Grider. It was a great debate, and we kept it. I think we set a good example. So thank you.
Very much. All right, Arthur, your turn. Where can people find you on Twitter, and how can they continue to follow what you're doing on there?
I think Grider. Go Grider.
Grider. What did I say?
Oh, yeah,
Grider again?
Yeah, no, you said Arthur.
Oh, sorry,
Yeah.
guys.
That's fine. Yeah, you can find me on Twitter. That's really, that's really all I do. Like I'm just in it for the fun. Like I'm just, mostly I spend time in like spaces. Although I don't know that
Okay.
that's kind of on the downfall after I had a tumultuous week this past week, but maybe on the rebound. I don't know, but hopefully doing more podcasts. Anytime that I can come on, anytime that we have something to talk about, I think us three could really do some good. Absolutely.
Yeah,
And thank you so
absolutely.
much for having me on. Thank you, Arthur, for being such a good sport. You know that it's like it's all out of love, man. Like it's all out of respect. We wouldn't be here talking. We would not have done this if it wasn't for you and your stubbornness. All right. There's something to be said about conviction nowadays. People are too wishy-washy. You got to have to be a person with conviction. That says something, man. I respect you. I really do.
Thank you.
And I
I
respect you,
respect you
Ty.
too.
And thank you. Yeah, so just it's high Earth orbit, and then high Earth orbit, and then I think it's an underscore. So at high Earth orbit _ Twitter, Grider, and follow me if you want to. I don't know. But
yeah, follow him, guys. Follow
look
him.
forward
He
to
does.
more.
He's a great guy. So with that being, wait. You're in the front spot. With that being said, this conversation has gone so long that my DSLR is out of battery, so I'm on the webcam. Thank you,
One last
everyone.
thing.
Go ahead.
May I just say thank you to John Greenwald and everybody else
Oh,
who
yeah.
does FOIA
Yeah.
out in the community. I think it's and also to Jeremy and George, although I may not agree with a lot of the, I may not be the biggest fan of, some of the cases, you guys do a great service, I mean, this was highly entertaining. You guys are, the best entertainers that we have in the community. So, yeah, thanks for bringing this case out, no matter what turns out, like if you guys keep bringing cases like this that we can have conversations about, then that's all that matters. We'll get closer to the truth, either way. So yeah, that's all I got to say. Thanks.
Love that. Love that, man. So I'm going to take us out of here, guys. Make sure to like, share, subscribe. And if you want to become a member of the channel for as low as a cup of coffee per month, you can get access to all of our podcasts as soon as they're recorded. Don't have to wait, the weeks and weeks and weeks, because I do backlog most of my episodes. So I am usually 4 to 6 weeks ahead of the current episode. So if you want access to everything that I have early, ad-free, then sign up on YouTube or on audio platforms such as Spreaker, Spotify, and Apple. You can also leave a review for the show. It helps us reach a wider, more broader audience. We cracked 3,000 tonight, 3,000 live viewers. I just want to say thank you for everyone showing up, support. Jeremy Cornell for retweeting the show. That was a huge that's something I didn't see coming. So honestly, it just feels good to be noticed a little bit by someone like that. So with that being said, the 29 Palms UFO case, I don't know. What do we say? Do we say, I say it's ongoing. And since I'm the only one here, it's ongoing. To be determined. More on this as it develops.